This video is predicting that famous actor James Earl Jones, the voice of Darth Vader and the voice of the Lion King, will die on May 17th, 2024, and that U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash in St. Louis due to turbulence on May 19th, 2024. All right, I really don't know what to say to make you understand that you need to watch this video. And that isn't a cheesy cop-out. There's so much going on here. And I'm just going to say that you need to watch this video. It is, what can I say? You have to watch this video, all of it, and don't skip it. This is the video, all right? I don't want to say, I don't want to place this video on, I don't want to say something that places this video above other videos because you need to watch them all. But this is so important. It's more than just about the death of OJ Simpson. But you have no idea how important it is. You have no idea. You will be blown away minute after minute after minute, all the way through this video. I guarantee you it won't be boring at any part of it. But it'll get more and more interesting. Make sure you watch all of the video and do not skip this video. The date that this video is posted proves that these predictions are being made ahead of time, as do these time-stamped emails and forensic notes PDF documents. If you are skeptical for some reason, please email me and I will forward these to you. All right, I am very, very excited to present this information regarding the prophetic signs that occurred on April 11th, 2024, a date that God was overwhelmingly pointing to ahead of time, specifically with connections related to James Earl Jones, which is why on this day the news broke of the death of OJ Simpson. The J in OJ Simpson stands for James, and the name that begins with the O, and I forget it, it's a very unusual name, is an acronym for Earl. Anyway, much will be explained. There's so much more than, that doesn't even explain anything at all in terms of prophetic significance. The fact that he died, that will be explained, and it is so amazing you cannot even imagine how important this is. And so I've promoted this video in other videos because it is that important, and I highly recommend you listen to all of this video. But let's begin. There's a lot to get into, so let's get started. So, as you can see, this email was composed on April 17th. It took an entire week, actually, to put it all together. There was so much information, so many things happened on April 11th that I knew right away on the morning of April 12th that this was going to take a long time to put together, and I worked nonstop for a week, from morning until night, working on this. Anyway, this was written on April 17th, and the prediction is that James Earl Jones will die on May 17th. And so you can see that the information in this email was written ahead of time. As well, the post date of this video will prove that this prediction for the death of James Earl Jones on May 17th is being made ahead of time. All right, so here's what I wrote. I knew immediately on the morning of April 12th that explaining what happened on April 11th would take some time. However, I didn't know how deep it would get. I did not expect what is likely the most epic and important write-up, even though I deliberately stayed within the confines of simply explaining the April 11th signs, without going off too much on tangents. I did not expect the additional insights that came in the process of explaining the signs on April 11th. This is a watershed moment in God's big picture of signs. Things have come together in a most profound way. We are very close. Prior to April 11th, 2024, it was known with certainty that God was pointing to this date in relation to James Earl Jones. Jones is king symbolism, as he is the voice of Mufasa in The Lion King. He played King Jafar in Coming to America. He was the voice of Darth Vader, which is Antichrist king symbolism. And he narrated James Earl Jones reads the King James Bible. Jones is also symbolically tied to baseball, and as he said in the baseball movie Field of Dreams, American history is intertwined with baseball. On April 11th, we received the related signs that were anticipated in advance. The movie The Lion King was initially released on May 24th, 1994. The movie was released 47 days after the date 4/7 in 1994. By the way, I just want to say at this point, be patient as we go through this. There's a lot to explain, and you will be rewarded through going through this entire video. All right, so it will become exponentially more interesting as it goes. Bear with this explanation and patiently go through the information with me here. Trust me, you will be rewarded. Okay, so let's begin. The movie The Lion King, this big movie that James Earl Jones starred in, which is this theme God is using in his big picture of science. This movie was released on the date, May 24th, 1994. The movie was released 47 days after the date 4/7 in 1994. 47 is the 15th prime number, and Michael Jordan played 15 seasons in the NBA. Michael hints at Michelle, who will be the 47th president. Michael Jordan is known as the GOAT, greatest of all time, of basketball, and this is king symbolism. The number 23 is the 9th prime number, and the number 45 is the 9th triangular number. To confirm his signs and connections, God pairs the numbers 9, 23, and 44 together. As the Antichrist king is the 44th president, who became the president in 2009, and was also the basketball president who wore jersey number 23 in high school. In 1993, in what ended up being the middle of his career, Michael Jordan, player number 23, retired after dominating the league for 9 seasons. This is a pairing of 9 and 23 that confirms the signs and connections. And incidentally, this is how God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections works, which is only being explained on this channel. It works on the principle of second and third and multiple witnesses confirming a matter as the Bible says is required. And this is what makes what is being explained on this channel true and not a product of one's imagination, and different and unique than everything else on the internet that claims to be an analysis of God's prophetic signs. And if we think about it, one simple way in which he would provide a second witness for us is through pairing certain numbers together, such as 9 and 23 and 44. And I know this because I have been studying his big picture of signs from morning until night for more than full-time hours for over 6 years. Okay, so again, here we have I'm getting into this explanation regarding the connection, the parallel between the GOAT of basketball, Michael Jordan, from Chicago, and the president from Chicago, the basketball president, both of whom wore jersey 23. All right. Obama wore 23 in high school. In 1993, what ended up being in the middle of Jordan's career, player number 23 retired after dominating the league for 9 seasons. That hints at Obama, who wore 23, becoming the president in 2009, for example. Jordan then switched to jersey number 45 in the middle of his career after he retired from basketball, when he tried out for the Chicago White Sox baseball team in the spring of 1994. Jordan's first and only appearance as a player in a Major League Baseball stadium was on 4/7 in 1994, when the Chicago White Sox played an exhibition game against the Chicago Cubs. In this game, the former Chicago Bull received a standing ovation from the sold-out stadium in Chicago after he hit a double to make the score 4-4, which hinted at the second presidency for the 44th president, who is from Chicago. 4-4 remained the final score of the exhibition game between the two Chicago teams. Obama, 44th president from Chicago. In addition, and the GOAT Antichrist, hence the GOAT of basketball. In addition to hitting the game-tying RBI to make the score 4-4, earlier in the game, Jordan hit an RBI single for the Chicago White Sox's first score of the game when they were down 4-0. This game that pointed to the 44th president, who is from Chicago and who was born in East Africa, was the same day that the Rwanda genocide began in East Africa. The beginning of the Rwanda genocide in East Africa, on the day of the baseball game in Chicago involving the GOAT of basketball, was about a month and a half before the release of the movie The Lion King. The Lion King is a Disney cartoon that takes place in fictionalized East Africa. The Lion King cost, in fact, the location that inspired the movie The Lion King is the location near which Obama was born, in his father's village in the same southwest region of Kenya. The Lion King movie cost $45 million to produce. The Lion King was released 47 days after the date 4/7 in 1994, when Michael Jordan famously wore jersey number 45. The plot of the movie, The Lion King, is about a murder of a father. The movie stars James Earl Jones as the voice of the Lion King. The reason Jordan retired in the middle of his career and played baseball in April of 1994 was the murder of his father, James. That's right. It is widely speculated that the murder of James Jordan is related to Michael Jordan's gambling addiction. If you know the whole story, Jordan retired because of his father's murder, and it is widely speculated and no doubt true that the murder of James Jordan, Michael Jordan's father, is related to Michael Jordan's gambling addiction. It is speculated that part of the true reason Jordan retired for a year is because Jordan had become a liability for the NBA's image. Returning back to the science, that's why he was too big. He was so big he transcended basketball, but he was the image of the NBA, and this wasn't a good image anymore. So he needed to leave basketball, at least temporarily. And that's because of his gambling addiction, which was at the time of the murder of his father. And the movie The Lion King is about a murder of a father. Returning back to the signs that were expected in advance of April 11th, 2024, this is the reason for the news story on April 11th, 2024, regarding the superstar of Major League Baseball and the gambling scandal that is making the league look bad. The big story on this day was a gambling story. On April 11, 2024, Shohei Ohtani's ex-interpreter, Ippei Mitsuhara, was charged with bank fraud for allegedly stealing more than $16 million from Ohtani to, quote, finance his voracious appetite for illegal sports betting, unquote. United States Attorney Martin Estrada said during a press conference briefing on April 11, 2024, $16 million hints at 4 times 4. God uses the number 16 in his signs to hint at 4 times 4, which hints at the 44th president. As does the score 4-4, in the Chicago exhibition game after Jordan's brief retirement due to gambling. This story about a gambling Japanese interpreter also points to Michael Jordan in 1993. During the 1993 NBA Finals, Magic Johnson played the interpreter for Jordan, who was not speaking to the media due to his anger over their portrayal of him as an out-of-control gambler. Magic prophetically warned the media that, quote, if y'all don't ease up, y'all are going to drive him out of the game, unquote. That's why it was a prophetic statement, because that's exactly what happened. Michael Jordan retired briefly, although it wasn't mentioned that it would be briefly at the time. Maybe even he didn't know if he would return. But anyway, he left the league because of his gambling and because of, well, the media making him look bad and therefore the league look bad. So it's widely speculated that he was also pushed out by the NBA or encouraged to leave, etc. Or maybe there was an agreement, hey, just leave for a year, let this cool down, let this, this scandal pass away, and then come back. Probably that's what happened. And probably, no doubt, that part of the reason he said for leaving was the death of his father was part of it as well. Shohei Ohtani, this baseball player involved in the gambling scandal, recently signed a blockbuster contract when he switched from the Los Angeles Angels to the Los Angeles Dodgers. This hints at the Chicago White Sox playing the Chicago Cubs on 4/7 in 1994. It also hints at the Civil War between two tribes in the Rwanda genocide on the same day that Michael Jordan was in the exhibition game between the two teams from Chicago on this 4/7 date in 1994. Ohtani's ties to Los Angeles and his interpreter being charged in Los Angeles on April 11, 2024, also connects to the news of the death of OJ Simpson in Los Angeles on April 11, 2024. OJ Simpson is most remembered for the low-speed police car chase on the Los Angeles freeways that captivated the nation on June 17, 1994. The 1994 NBA Finals will forever be remembered for having been interrupted in exchange for coverage of the car chase. The NBA Finals game on that day, the broadcast was interrupted live and the game was no longer covered in lieu of the car chase. If you were a fan hoping to see that game, you weren't able to see it because of the car chase. Okay, that's what I mean by the finals forever being remembered for this. The 1994 NBA Finals did not include Michael Jordan and the Bulls, the Chicago Bulls, for the first time in 4 years, as Jordan had retired due to the murder of his father. OJ Simpson was chased down the Los Angeles freeways due to the murder of his ex-wife. Simpson, who rushed for an average of 4.7 yards in his career, led the 45-minute car chase up the I-405, which sits at 45, Interstate Highway, and Jordan wore jersey number 45 2 months earlier on the date 4/7, which is why Simpson rushed for 4.7 yards and why he led the 45-minute car chase up the I-405. Jordan retired after 9 seasons. Simpson infamously didn't go to jail for the murder of his ex-wife, but instead went to jail for almost exactly 9 years for a robbery in Las Vegas. His jail time of 9 years parallels Jordan's 9 seasons at the time of his first retirement. Simpson also, and Jordan, by the way, again, played 15 seasons, and the number 47 is the 15th prime number. Simpson also played for the Buffalo Bills for 9 seasons, before playing for San Francisco for the remainder of his 11-year career, which hints at 9/11. He had 9 years in Buffalo and then 11 years total with the remaining years in San Francisco. That is a pairing of 9 and 11, which confirms the sign. The arrest warrant for Simpson was issued at 11 a.m., and he was later arrested shortly before 9 p.m. Right? That's the day. That's the day right there. The day began at 11 a.m. when the news broke that there was an arrest warrant for him. And then the day ended with the end of the car chase right before 9 p.m. That's another 9 and 11. Because the big warning for America was the events of 9/11 in 2001. Simpson's car chase for bloody murder on June 17, 1994 was 2,643 days before God's warning of judgment on 9/11 in 2001. Simpson was running from the police because he was guilty of sin. 2,643 days hints at G 2,643, the Greek word in Strong's Concordance for reconciliation, which is what God was warning of on 9/11. He was warning America to reconcile, to repent and turn back to God, or else judgment and destruction of the nation, which is why God's divine protection and blessings were temporarily removed on 9/11 as a warning, because America has been blessed. And God pointed to this through the Trinity Chapel, the only building at Ground Zero on 9/11 that wasn't damaged and survived without a broken window, even. And that's because, and today is known as the Miracle Chapel, because that's where George Washington, upon his first inauguration, went inside and then consecrated the nation to God, saying that if the nation were to ever turn away from God, it would lose its divine protection and blessings. Well, anyway, this is how important the OJ Simpson car chase is in God's signs. As I'm in the process of explaining, it actually connects with 9/11 profoundly. Because OJ Simpson, why was he being chased? For sin, major sin, murder. And it connects with the number of days that hints at reconciliation for sin, to the big warning from God about reconciling for its sin and turning back to God. Okay. All right. As in Jesus Christ's ministry of reconciliation of man with God. 2,643 is the 753rd semi-prime number, which is a number only divisible by 2 other prime numbers. 753 is the 227th semi-prime number. 227 is the 49th prime number. Simpson played for the San Francisco 49ers, and Kamala Harris is from San Francisco, as is OJ Simpson, and is the 49th vice president. 2 divided by 7, which is what 227 hints at, is also shorthand for pi, 3.14, and Harris is predicted to die in a plane crash in the area code 314, St. Louis. Her crash will be as she is flying homeward bound to her home in Brentwood, California. Simpson was arrested at his home in Brentwood, California, after his homeward bound car chase. On 9/11, 110 stories collapsed in God's judgment, which cracked the foundation of Federal Hall on Wall Street And Wall Street was named after the 9-foot-high wall of security that the Dutch built to keep the British and the Indians out. God pairs 9 and 110 in his signs to point to 9/11, and he uses records for his signs. OJ Simpson was arrested at 9 p.m., exactly 9 plus 9 plus 9 years after his team's NCAA record in the 4 times 110 yard relay that was raced in the 45th state. And 45 is the 9th triangular number. Okay, so did you get that? So this also ties to OJ Simpson, because he was arrested at 9 p.m., exactly 9 plus 9 plus 9 years after the relay of the 110 yards that he ran with his school's team in the 45th state. And again, his car chase was the 45-minute car chase up the I-405, right? What I am saying in this paragraph, just to summarize again, obviously it was clear, I hope, when I said it, is that Simpson's homeward-bound car chase to his mansion in Brentwood, California, is a hint also at the coming homeward-bound flight of Kamala Harris, who is also from San Francisco, just like O.J. Simpson was born in San Francisco in the Bay Area, both of them, to her homeward-bound mansion in Brentwood, California. Okay. Simpson led the car chase down California Highway 91 for murder. Okay, the chase was for murder. And he was released from jail in Las Vegas on the same day as the deadliest mass murder shooting in U.S. history that took place at the Route 91 Music Festival in Las Vegas. So the deadliest mass shooting in U.S. history was the concert named Route 91. The shooter shot from the hotel, if you will recall, and it was at the crowd in the concert. The name of the concert festival was Route 91, and O.J. Simpson was released on the same day in the same city, and he led the car chase up California Highway Route 91. And it was for murder. And the deadliest shooting in U.S. history is obviously about murder. The shooter shot people at the festival from the 32nd floor of a hotel. O.J. Simpson wore jersey number 32. Magic Johnson, who played the interpreter for Michael Jordan, also wore jersey number 32. Johnson, player number 32, retired due to contracting a blood disease. The 32nd prime number is 131, and G131 in Strong's Greek Concordance is the word that means blood disease. The story of Simpson's car chase for bloody murder is also about the court trial that also captivated the nation, and the trial boiled down to the bloody glove found at the crime scene. Bullets that are shot out of guns and go inside people are symbolic of things that come out of things and go inside people. And you know what I'm talking about. And if you are watching the video, you can see what I'm pointing to. Jordan, player number 23, retired due to the murder of his father. Magic Johnson, player number 32, retired due to blood disease. O.J. Simpson, player number 32, was chased for murder, and the shooter shot people in cold blood at Route 91 Festival from the 32nd floor in Las Vegas, which was the same day that Simpson was released from jail in Las Vegas. And Simpson was chased down Highway 91 due to a bloody murder and a bloody glove. All of this is confirmation that the number 32 hints at the 32nd prime number, and G131, which is the word blood disease, which is what a person gets from taking the thing. That's the purpose for all of this from God. If you didn't know that, even though it's already 2024, and you somehow didn't know that still. Simpson was chased for 45 minutes for murder down the I-405 highway and Highway 91, 4 weeks and 5 days, which is at 45, which is also 9% of a year on the calendar, after the release of the Lion King movie that cost $45 million. And again, 45 is the 9th triangular number. So there's again another parallel, because again the movie The Lion King is about a murder, as I already stated, and that's this parallel with OJ Simpson. We're talking about how God pointed to this date that OJ Simpson died ahead of time through connections involving James Earl Jones, the voice of the Lion King. The plot of The Lion King is about a murder. Through this, God communicated that the things were intentionally designed to murder masses of people, as in the mass shooting, which is why OJ Simpson was released on the same day as the mass shooting, the deadliest one, from the 32nd floor. My friends, this is what God is communicating with all of this. This is the reason for all of these coincidences that align with each other. God has gone through all of this trouble to communicate to you and prove to you that the things were intentionally designed to murder masses of people. Case closed. When the prediction comes to pass, believe me, I know far better than you why the purpose of this prediction that is from God. It is to prove what I have just said. This is the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction. That's why I'm able to understand what I just told you in this paragraph here. God is using me to tell you this and to prove to you that the things were intentionally designed to murder masses of people, in case you didn't know that already. Simpson, who wore jersey number 32 and was chased down Highway 91 for murder, was released from jail in Las Vegas on the same day of the murders in the shooting at the Route 91 Music Festival from the 32nd floor in Las Vegas. The name Obama in simple English gematria is equal to 32, which is A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3. Obama equals 32. And Obama is predicted to become the only president other than the 32nd president to serve more than 2 terms. 32 is equal to 4 times 8. Obama is predicted to become the 48th president. The 48th prime number is 223. At the time of the shooting, musician Toby Keith was performing on stage. Well, actually, this is a mistake. It actually wasn't Toby Keith. Okay, so let's just skip this part here. This was an error that I made because I'm pretty ignorant on country music. And so I got 2 country musicians confused with each other. All right. In the movie, the Lion King is killed in a stampede in East Africa. The Lion King was released 9 months and 11 days which hints at the 9/11 warning of judgment. After every player on both baseball teams stampeded, and by the way, the Lion King character, Mufasa, is killed in a stampede. Right? That's what I just said, actually. In the movie, the Lion King is killed in a stampede in East Africa, all right? The Lion King movie was released 9 months and 11 days, which automatically gives us a heads up as to this being a prophetic connection. And it connects a relevant prophetic sign, and therefore it is. Okay? So, and what is the connection? 9 months and 11 days back. It is this day that both baseball teams in a game stampeded onto the field in a massive brawl on the 32nd birthday of the president who was born in East Africa. By the way, if you don't know that he was born in East Africa, it's really time for you to stop being brainwashed by the mainstream media, because the evidence is so overwhelming. And if you don't know that, it's really a sad statement on how, on the level of what you don't know, because it's the information. And that's the result of not wanting to know. The only reason why someone doesn't know that yet at this date is because they were a part of the political tribe that doesn't want to know that, because the evidence is overwhelming. It's not a conspiracy theory, it's a conspiracy fact. Anyway, let's continue. I'm sorry to go off on that. So it's amazing, though, because it was the 32nd birthday that this stampede occurred in this game. As I'll get to, it points to him. All right, Barack Obama. This famous fight in Major League Baseball history was started by player number 23 for the Chicago White Sox. Michael Jordan and Barack Obama both wore basketball jersey number 23 and are both associated with Chicago. God's signs reveal that Barack Obama is the Antichrist, and pictures on the pitching mound symbolize the Antichrist on the Temple Mount in Bible prophecy. Player number 23, which is the 9th prime number, stormed the pitcher's mound to attack the strikeout king, the GOAT of strikeouts, the strikeout king, Nolan Ryan, whose name in Irish means noble king, actually. Speaking of the Lion King connection. Okay, and Nolan Ryan, in brackets here, who pitched his prophetic 7th no-hitter at the age of 44, which hinted at the 44th president. And that game was exactly 30 years before the symbolic beginning of the final 1,260 days on May 1st, 2021. For those that know what I'm talking about this final symbolic 1,260 days, which began, because it's only symbolic, on May 1st, 2021, and 30 years because 30 years in the Bible is symbolic of a king. Joseph and David were made kings at the age of 30, and that's why the strikeout king had his prophetic 7th no-hitter at the age of 44, exactly 30 years before the beginning of the final 1,260 days. Sorry to go off on that tangent, though. Let's get back to what the subject of this video is about. Okay, so again, we're talking about the stampede that was initiated by player number 23 for Chicago, who stormed the pitching mound to attack physically the strikeout king on the pitching mound, all right? Okay, also, by the way, not only did he throw his 7th no-hitter at the age of 44, he also held his high school's record for strikeouts in a game for 44 years until the year the 44th president was inaugurated. All right. In Irish, Nolan Ryan means noble king. Ryan wore jersey number 34, which is the 9th Fibonacci number. The brawl occurred in Ryan's last and 9 plus 9 plus 9th, in other words, 27th year of his career. This bench-clearing brawl caused one of the coaches to get a bloody face. This brawl on the pitching mound occurred on the 32nd birthday of Barack Obama, the Antichrist. 32 hints at G131 and blood disease. Because again, 131 is the 32nd prime number. The Antichrist will enforce the mark of the Antichrist, which gives someone blood disease. The mark of the Antichrist thing is also responsible for the increase in begins with a can and ends with a sir rates. And OJ Simpson died from cancer. Simpson wore jersey number 32. The baseball brawl is symbolic of the murder and genocide that will be perpetrated by Barack Obama and Democrats in their civil war on American patriots and Christians. This coming murder and genocide involves the thing that gives people blood disease. Naturally, of course, they have disproportionately taken the thing, don't get me wrong. But what is coming will be the use of this thing to further their tribal war, which is what is symbolized with the Rwanda genocide that connects, as I explained, to this brawl between these two teams, one being Chicago, which also symbolizes the coming genocide and the civil war, and the blood disease because of the bloody face of the coach. And so anyway, that's what Bible prophecy describes, and that's exactly what God's prophetic signs are saying as well. That's what I've just explained. That's what's coming. The evil left, the left is evil, leftism is evil, period. And they will be perpetrating the genocide on true Americans, true patriots, and true conservatives and true Christians. There will be Christians on the left. They are not true Christians, though. They will be a part of the genocide. They aren't true Christians. And that's the purpose of this. It's the primary purpose of the mark of the Antichrist is to separate, divide, to determine who is the true Christian and who isn't. That's Bible prophecy for you, and that's exactly what's happening. On the night of the murder of Simpson's ex-wife, Simpson was supposed to have taken a flight to Chicago. The historic baseball brawl, which is symbolic of civil war, involving Chicago, instigated by player number 23 for Chicago, which hints at Obama, who is from Chicago and wore jersey 23, occurred in Dallas. Dallas is symbolic of the American Evangelical Church. The mark of the Antichrist will be used to persecute quote-unquote Christians, and it will be enforced through the restriction of food, which is why on the day that news broke of Simpson's death, star NFL wide receiver for the Chiefs, which hints at the church, and that's a long explanation. It involves their first Super Bowl win after exactly 50 years, and that symbolizes the church, and on and on. I'm not going to explain the Chiefs here. Just take my word for it. The Kansas City Chiefs are symbolic of the church, okay? And anyway, the same day as Simpson's death, the news of it, was this news story regarding this Chiefs player named Rashee Rice, which hints at food. And actually, this wasn't the only instance of a football player named Rice, which hints at food, and the coming food rationing that will be used to enforce the mark of the Antichrist through the restriction of being able to buy and sell food. Jerry Rice was hinted at through Super Bowl 56. That's another long story, though. All right. Okay, and so this Rashee Rice player was number 4, or is number 4, and he was arrested in Dallas on 4+4 felony counts for a multi-car crash. Rice is 23 years old, and as I said in the beginning, God pairs 23 and 44 together to confirm his signs. This pairs with the 4+4 felony counts, and it points to the 44th president who wore jersey number 23, who will enforce the mark of the Antichrist, which will be enforced through the rationing of food, hence Rashi rice. And this church symbolism. And that's why the accident occurred in Dallas. His jersey number 4 and 4+4 felony counts also hints at 444, the numeric value of the name Jesus in English gematria. Choosing starvation instead of the thing will be an act of faith in Jesus. Taking the thing is tantamount to denying Jesus. And the thing is the mark of the Antichrist. In its current form, it does not need an additional something to go with it, such as an additional technology or false form of religious worship. And it does not need a supposed new age of dispensation after supposedly, quote unquote, all Christians will supposedly be raptured. In fact, one of the main reasons why most quote unquote Christians have already taken the thing, the mark of the Antichrist, is judgment for this doctrine, this Nicolaitan doctrine of our day that Jesus said he hates and is coming to make war with the sword of his mouth on those that teach and have the works that are a product of this doctrine that comes out of Dallas, the home of this doctrine, which is sovereign grace and Calvinism, also free grace coming in the package of dispensationalism, which both lead to the heretical doctrine of once saved, always saved, and the myth of imputed righteousness as evangelicals understand it, and our righteousness is as filthy rags, one verse that Luther took out of context from the prophet Isaiah in order to develop his entire false heretical theology that is literally rooted in Gnosticism, because it was the Protestant Reformation, a revivification of Augustinianism, and Augustine was Luther was an Augustinian monk, and Calvin titled his writings Systematic Augustinianism and only quoted Augustine and disparaged the other church fathers which came centuries before Augustine and knew someone that was an apostle or knew someone that knew an apostle and spoke the original Greek. And Gnosticism is this idea that one is saved through knowledge, hence Gnosticism, Greek for knowing. And that's essentially the doctrine of today, of the vast majority of Protestants and evangelicals. They need to intellectually hold the correct intellectual doctrine and agree with it, otherwise they aren't saved, which is absurd. And that is the root of the bad tree that's producing the bad fruit, which is also a result of complacency and a lack of fear of God. And hence, once saved, always saved, and all Christians will be raptured and all of this nonsense. And so anyway, this will be proven to be true when the prediction comes to pass. Make no mistake, I know far better than you the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction and why this channel is explaining God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections, and other channels aren't. It's because the other channels aren't talking about what God is very displeased with, which is the American Evangelical Church, for specifically its doctrine, which comes out of Dallas, which is where the seminary schools that churn out the nation's quote-unquote pastors get taught this heretical Gnostic doctrine and then teach it and preach it all over the country for money, which Jesus forbid doing. And the passages they use to support their career of preaching for money, they twist and leave out the preceding context, the verse that comes before the passage, and it is clear that Paul isn't supporting this. He's talking about preaching for food, not money. The whole institutionalized church system is the reason why Jesus forbid preaching for money, is because it cements the errors such as Calvinism and perpetuates them. These errors would not be perpetuated if it weren't for institutions financed by money. And preaching for money, well, yeah, and pastors and sitting in a seat listening to one man talk for an hour while no one is allowed to talk cuts off the body of Christ. It's all part of a system that Jesus is very, very displeased with. And it all comes down to this lack of fear of God. And that's part two of what is important as illustrated in the story of Abraham. Because first he was deemed righteous for believing, but there's a second part to that. And then he was asked to demonstrate his faith through the request that he sacrifice his only son Isaac. When he was about to do so, God sent the angel and told him something very profound. He said, "Stop, don't harm the boy, for now I know that you fear me." In other words, God didn't know ahead of time. So much for predestination, a form of Calvinism. God didn't know ahead of time that Abraham feared him, and furthermore, neither really did Abraham until he actualized his faith. Faith is a doing. This is the reason for the mark of the Antichrist. One will need to actualize their faith and demonstrate they are not so concerned about their life that they are willing to sacrifice it through willing to be starved, or already at this point, be willing to have lost their job or not be even to go on vacations and travel, etc. Now, nowhere in the Bible does it say that one cannot repent after having taken the mark of the Antichrist. I personally don't believe that one cannot repent. I know that many people do believe that, but nowhere does it say that, which would also explain why it is that most quote-unquote Christians have already taken the mark of the Antichrist. They will need to beg for God's forgiveness. They have taken a spiritual abomination. Watch the snake bite video on his channel. I'll explain the commonly held objections that people have based on their understanding of Bible prophecy, which will be proven to be incorrect when the prediction comes to pass. And that is the purpose of the prediction, make no mistake. And also watch the arguably most important video on this channel, especially if you're a Christian, the 23 church signs video on this channel. This football player's multi-car crash news story on the day that news broke of Simpson's death, a football player, hints at Simpson's car chase. That's astounding, right? They're both football players and they're both involving these car incidents, right? Simpson's media endorsements are a big part of his life story. Quote, Simpson used his amiable persona, good looks, and charisma in many endorsement deals. Advertising Age in 1977 named Simpson the magazine's Star Presenter of the Year. By 1984, Consumer Research found that he was the most popular athlete endorser. A 1990s MCI communications commercial starring Eunice Simpson satirized her son's work. That's how big he was. His mother was involved in a commercial that satirized how he was in commercials. All of his endorsements, Simpson was by far most known for representing Hertz car rental company for many years. Quote, besides helping his acting career, Simpson estimated that the very successful, quote, superstar in a rent-a-car, quote, campaign raised the recognition rate among people he met from 30% to 90%. So his commercials led to him being recognized from 30% to 90%. So he was more famous for his TV commercials than he was for playing football. And it was for Hertz rental car. I keep saying that wrong. It's Hertz car rental. Okay. Simpson was born in San Francisco. He played for City College of San Francisco, and he played the final years of his career for the San Francisco 49ers. The 5-time Pro Bowler died exactly 5 weeks after a United Airlines plane dropped one of its tires upon taking off at the San Francisco airport. The tire landed in the Hertz rental car parking lot. This pointed to Hertz, in other words. In Bible prophecy, the number 42 is associated with the period of the Antichrist, and the number 42 appears in the Bible in context of slaughter. Within the first year of the Simpson advertising campaign, Hertz estimated that its profits had increased 50% to $42 million. At the time of Simpson's divorce in 1992 with his murdered ex-wife, Simpson was being paid annually $550,000 by Hertz. This exact 5 weeks connection between the tire that landed in the Hertz parking lot and the death of the 5-time Pro Bowler representative for Hertz, who was being paid $550,000 annually by Hertz after the profits of Hertz increased 50%, and who was known for a car chase up the I-5 interstate highway for murder, hints at the role that 5G Hertz frequencies will play in the mark of the Antichrist thing that will slaughter many people. Simpson wore jersey number 32, which hints at blood disease from the things. The things have put inside themselves. Okay. The things have put things inside people that will be activated with 5G Hertz frequencies. Simpson was released from jail in Las Vegas on the day of the deadliest mass shooting in U.S. history in Las Vegas, which was exactly 5 weeks before the deadliest mass shooting in a church in U.S. history. This is because 5G will activate something deadly that has been put into people, and the thing is the mark of the Antichrist that is used to persecute God's true church. The Antichrist will be the 48th president, and in the deadliest mass shooting in a church, 48 people were killed or injured. Okay, 5 weeks is 840 hours, which hints at the number 48. The predicted 48th president was born on the date 8/4, and the name Obama in simple English gematria equals 32, which is 4 times 8 or 8 times 4. Simpson, the murderer, wore jersey number 32, and the murders in the mass shooting in Las Vegas were from the 32nd floor. And Obama is also, the name Obama's is 84 in Hebrew gematria. So the 84 hours, 840 hours, also hints at Barack Obama, in other words, who is the Antichrist who will enforce the mark of the Antichrist, which will incorporate 5G. And that's why the deadliest mass shooting and the deadliest church mass shooting were exactly 5 weeks apart, and why OJ Simpson, who promoted Hertz, died exactly 5 weeks after the tire was dropped on the Hertz parking lot in San Francisco, where Simpson was from and also played his final years in football. Obama is a Trojan horse. This is why OJ Simpson, number 32, which hints at Obama, who had 203, which hints at the number 23 and Obama, career receptions. Again, Obama's name equals 32 and he wore 23. Okay, and Simpson had 203 career receptions in the NFL, which hints at 23, and he wore jersey 32. And he was a murderer, and he, quote, used his amiable persona, good looks, and charisma in many endorsement deals, unquote, played for the USC Trojans. Okay, so we've got this OJ Simpson figure that is symbolic of the Antichrist, is what we were talking about here, right? The Antichrist in Bible prophecy is a murderer, as is OJ Simpson. In fact, the Antichrist will get away with murder until he's defeated by Lord Jesus Christ, and OJ Simpson got away with murder until he met his death. Okay? But OJ Simpson played for the Trojans. This is why. Because the Antichrist is a Trojan horse, Obama. And that's a perfect metaphor, because most people think Obama is a good guy. Most people think the Democrats are good guys. They're completely deceived. They are, naive isn't the word. They're on their way to hell. They want to believe the lie. They love lies. Why do they love these lies from the left? Because it makes them feel morally superior. Why do they feel morally superior? Because people are built with a need for justice and morality. It's evidence for God. If there is no God and we're just animals, there is no morality. These people are confused. But that is such as it is, they get a sense of moral superiority over who they see as the untouchables, the dirty ones. It's completely analogous to the Pharisees and the apostles, the poor illiterate fishermen from Galilee. The modern day Pharisees are the secular leftists, the Democrats, that use their politics as their religion, as a false religion, because everyone has a religion and theirs is their politics. It's become their religion and they use it to make themselves feel good. That's why they love the lies. Like people that don't subscribe to the lies, they're beside themselves continually on a daily basis how these lies could perpetuate. Well, the answer is that they love them. They want to believe these lies because it makes them feel morally superior and better than the other. They are the otherers. They are the ones doing the othering. The lesson after the Holocaust was to not other people anymore, which is exactly what they're doing, and that's why it's leading to another Holocaust, another genocide. But it will be a politicide. In other words, a type of genocide that's political, not an ethnic thing. That's what's going on. Okay, so now where was I here? I was talking about how, so you got the 5 weeks connections. There's a parallel with the 5 weeks connections there. I think I explained that. So, okay, let's move on. Oh, I know what I was talking about. I was talking about the parallel between Obama, the amiable persona, good looks, and charisma, between Simpson and Obama, but both are really evil, murderous, deceitful people. Obama far more than OJ Simpson. OJ Simpson doesn't even compare to the deceitfulness and evil lying of Obama. For those that love truth and don't love lies. Like I'm saying, people that are awake and know what is going on are beside themselves on a daily basis how people could be so stupid. And the irony is that they think that we're stupid. They think their enemy, true Americans and true patriots and true Christians, they think their enemy is stupid. But they're the ones that are willingly blinded to the lies and the evil. And it really is literally evil. It emanates from Satan. Obama himself is just a puppet of Satan. Obama is just a worker for Satan. And so is the Democrat Party and the media. That's Democrat, obviously. So that's why OJ Simpson played for the Trojans, and he has the same amiable persona, good looks, and charisma, just like Obama, right? Okay. In his final year of college, Simpson ran for 1,880 yards for the Trojans on 383 carries. 383 is the 66th prime number, and the mark of the Antichrist is described in the 66th book of the Bible. in context of the number 666, the number of the Antichrist. H188 is the Hebrew word in the Strong's Hebrew Concordance, is the word for woe exclamation mark. It is used in the Bible in the context of extreme judgment from God. 1,880 yards hints at H188. Simpson rushed for a total of, okay, so again, he ran in college for 1,880 yards. And it's a woe number, and his total number of carries hints at the Antichrist, as I just explained. In other words, God, through his time at the Trojans, is clearly demonstrating that OJ Simpson is a symbol for a Trojan horse that is the Antichrist, which is Obama, because like OJ Simpson, Obama has the amiable persona, good looks, and charisma that has fooled many, many people. And why have they been fooled? Because they are ignorant. Although they think they are the informed ones and the wise ones, they have no idea how ignorant and uninformed they are. Because for one thing, they don't get a diversity of news. They are trapped in a bubble. The right, the conservatives aren't. They live in the mainstream culture. They cannot help but be inundated with mainstream propaganda. But they also are interested in other perspectives. A bird can't fly properly with only one wing. It needs two to be healthy and fly. And the left can't stand that, and that's why they're the totalitarians that are pursuing the elimination of the First Amendment and censorship. The deplorables, as Hillary Clinton put us, should not be allowed to communicate and present our ideas because, of course, they are better and they easily destroy any argument that the left puts forth because their politics aren't based on reason, they are based on emotion, which is why more women are Democrats than men. Disproportionately, there are more women Democrats than men. Okay, so back to what I was saying, though, about O.J. Simpson and his time with the Trojans. Now, Simpson rushed for a total of 11,236 yards in his NFL career, and 1,123 is the 188th prime number. James Earl Jones spoke the national anthem at the baseball All-Star game exactly 11,230 days before news broke of Orenthal James Simpson's death. Jones spoke the national anthem in Baltimore 4 times 4 years before the 44th president threw the ceremonial first pitch at the All-Star game in St. Louis to player number 5, which hints at 5G, of the Los Angeles Angels, which hints at fallen angels. Los Angeles means the angels in Spanish. The 44th president is predicted to become the president again after Kamala Harris is predicted to fall in a plane crash in St. Louis on her way to her $5 million mansion in Los Angeles. Okay, on her homeward bound flight, which is why O.J. Simpson and his car chase was up the I-5 to the homeward bound to his mansion in Brentwood, and Kamala Harris will be homeward bound to her $5 million mansion in Los Angeles, in Brentwood. Now, so Simpson rushed for a total of this many yards, and that hints at this many days, right? 11,230 days, and Simpson died this number of days after James Earl Jones spoke the national anthem in Baltimore at the All-Star game. 4 times 4 years before the 44th president threw the ceremonial first pitch at the All-Star game in St. Louis. And again, God uses pitchers on the pitching mound as symbolism for the Antichrist on the Temple Mount in Bible prophecy. The tire dropped from the United Airlines plane in San Francisco into the Hertz parking lot exactly 163 weeks after a tire dropped from a plane into a residential neighborhood as it was landing at O'Hare Airport in Chicago. The Antichrist is the 44th president, who is from Chicago, who will become the president again after a plane crash. The day that the tire fell off the plane in the home city of the 44th president, Antichrist King, was the day that the home run king, player number 44, Hank Aaron, infamously died after having taken the thing 6 plus 6 plus 6 days earlier. Number 44, Hank Aaron, died exactly 444 weeks after the mass shooting, which hints at the things, in the movie theater in the 38th state. The number 38 hints at 3 8s and 888, which is the numeric value of the name Jesus in Greek gematria. The reason for this 163 weeks connection from the death of the home run king, from the thing, and a fallen tire in Chicago, to the fallen tire on Hertz parking lot in San Francisco, is that the ingredients in the thing will be activated by 5G frequencies. And the Antichrist is from Chicago. The first of the two Antichrists is Pope Francis, and this is hinted at with San Francisco. The mass shooting in the Dark Knight Rises movie theater was exactly 42 months in Bible prophecy. A period of the Antichrist is symbolic 42 months. And again, in the Bible, the number 42 is in context of slaughter. Okay, so the shooting in the Dark Knight Rises movie theater was exactly 42 months after the Dark Knight's presidential inauguration, the rise of the Dark Knight in 2009. Before diverting from San Francisco to Los Angeles, Simpson, okay, which hints at Simpson, the United Airlines plane that dropped its tire was destined for Japan. This is because God is using James Earl Jones, the voice of the Lion King, as symbolism for the coming catastrophic solar flare, and Japan is the land of the rising sun and has a sun on its flag. OJ Simpson's full name, Orenthal James Simpson, is Orenthal James Simpson. Orenthal hints at Orenthal, and that has the acronym Earl in it. Okay? So Orenthal James Simpson hints at James Earl Jones. Jones is symbolic of the coming lion's roar from the sun. Likewise, Simpson's death coincided with the Japanese baseball player's 4 times $4 million gambling scandal news story, which makes this Japan sign that hints at the coming solar flare from the sun. Orenthal James Simpson died on the same day that Joe Biden held a press conference with the Prime Minister of Japan, while standing in front of the flag with a sun on it and wearing his trademark aviator sunglasses. Again, Simpson's 45-minute car chase up the I-405 for murder was 4 weeks and 5 days, which is 9% of a year, after the release of The Lion King, which is about a murder and cost $45 million to produce, and 45 is the 9th triangular number. So you see what God is doing here too. He's using James Earl Jones as the voice of the Lion King as a metaphor for the coming lion's roar on the surface of the sun. And that's all confirmed through also with the signs on April 11th, which was the date again that God was pointing to ahead of time in relation to James Earl Jones, which is why we had one of the signs, well, two of the signs being the Joe Biden state dinner with the Prime Minister of Japan, but also the death of James Earl, On the day of the death of OJ Simpson, also the day of the news story regarding the star player, and he is the biggest name in the major leagues baseball right now, the story involving him and his gambling. And again, it was exactly 5 weeks after the plane that was on its way to Japan. All right? And Japan, again, is symbolism for the land of the rising sun, which makes all this confirmation that James Earl Jones is in fact symbolic of the coming lion's roar on the surface of the sun. James Earl Jones finished reading the poem about baseball being a homecoming about 4 minutes before the earthquake struck during the 1989 World Series in San Francisco, California, knocking out the power in the ABC Sports broadcast booth. Likewise, the 1994 NBA Finals will forever be remembered for its broadcast being interrupted in exchange for coverage of the low-speed car chase of OJ Simpson as he was homeward bound to his home in Brentwood, California. Simpson is from San Francisco, and he played for the San Francisco 49ers. Okay, so you see the parallel here also with James Earl Jones. He read the poem right before the broadcast was interrupted by the earthquake in the 1989 World Series earthquake, which knocked out the power in the ABC Sports broadcast booth. And that is what that earthquake will forever be remembered for, or rather that World Series will be forever remembered for. And likewise, OJ Simpson will forever be remembered for the car chase which interrupted the NBA Finals, which the 1994 NBA Finals will forever be remembered for having its broadcast interrupted. Okay? Now, OJ Simpson the broadcast was interrupted for OJ Simpson and his homeward bound car chase to Brentwood, California, and OJ Simpson is from San Francisco, and he played for the San Francisco 49ers. U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris is also from San Francisco, and she is the 49th Vice President. Kamala Harris has a $5 million home in Brentwood, California. The NBA Finals Game 5 was interrupted for the chase of OJ Simpson up the I-5 interstate highway to his home in Brentwood, and the game was played in Houston. Houston is Harris County. Harris is predicted to die in a plane crash when she is homeward bound to her $5 million home in Brentwood, California. On the day that O.J. Simpson died, Paul Simon sang for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris at the White House. Paul Simon and George Harrison, Paul Simon and George Harrison famously sang Homeward Bound together on Saturday Night Live on November 20th, 1976. Harrison hints at Harris. Harrison sang Homeward Bound exactly 145 months after the birth of Harris, the 49th Vice President. 145 is the 49th semi-prime number. Saturday Night Live is known for being a live broadcast in New York City. The New York City Knicks were playing when the NBA Finals live broadcast was interrupted for Simpson's car chase down the I-5 and Highway 91. New York won Game 5 that day by scoring 91 points. Simpson was released from jail on the same day of the Route 91 shooting in the same city in which he was released. Houston scored 84 points in Game 5 of the 1994 NBA Finals, and this game was interrupted for Simpson's car chase for murder on the I-5 in California, and it was exactly 8 months and 4 years after the earthquake interrupted the live broadcast of the World Series in San Francisco, California. Barack Obama, the murderer, was born on the date 8/4, and the name Obama in Hebrew gematria is equal to 84. This is amazing. The OJ Simpson chase and the interruption of the NBA Finals was 8 months and 4 years, right? Or 4 years and 8 months, whichever one you want to pick, after the World Series earthquake interrupted the 1989 World Series. And it was Game 5. Well, okay. So the 8 years or 8 months and 4 years hints at 84, the number of Obama, the numeric value of the name Obama, and his birth date 8/4. But also 4 years and 8 months hints at the 48th president, which is who Barack Obama is predicted to become. So that's why Houston scored 84 points in the Game 5 on the day that the Knicks scored the 91 points. Okay. God repeats a number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning. Houston scored 84 points in Game 5, and in Game 6 and Game 7, New York scored 84 points. 3 times 84 equals 552, which, in Bible prophecy, is symbolic of the period of the Antichrist. 2,520 days in Bible prophecy. In God's signs, 252 hints at this. And this hints at the period of the Antichrist, whose number is 84, because he was born on the date 84, as I just explained, and his name equals 84, and God repeats the number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning. And that's why there were 3 sets of 84 in the final 3 games of this NBA Finals. The third last one being the historic one when the game was interrupted. In the final 2 games in which New York scored 84 points, the Houston basketball team scored a total of 4 times 44 points, which hints at the 44th basketball president, who was born on the date 8/4, and whose name Obama equals 84 in Hebrew gematria. 84 hints at 8 times 4 equals 32. Obama in simple English gematria is 32. OJ Simpson wore jersey number 32, and he was released from jail on the day of the murders by the shooter on the 32nd floor. 8 months and 4 years is 4 years and 8 months, and Barack Obama is predicted to become the 48th president. After Kamala Harris's predicted death in a plane crash that is homeward bound to her home in Brentwood, California. 4 years and 8 months connects Simpson's homeward bound chase to the San Francisco Bay earthquake, which caused a section of the Bay Bridge to collapse. The section of the bridge collapsed during the World Series game between Oakland and San Francisco. The Bay Bridge connects Oakland to San Francisco. And Harris was born in Oakland and was the city attorney general of San Francisco. But what is amazing here is that the homeward bound symbolism of O.J. Simpson on the day that Paul Simon sang at the White House is pointing to the homeward bound flight of Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris was born 145 months exactly after George Harrison sang with Paul Simon live on Saturday Night Live, just like basketball games are televised live, after they and Harrison sang Homeward Bound. That's amazing. So all along, from the day that Kamala Harris was born, God was pointing to the day that she would die in a homeward bound crash. The World Series earthquake was known for causing a section of the Bay Bridge to collapse. The bridge that coincidentally connects the two cities that played in the World Series. What a coincidence. By the way, when I was a teenager, even though I had zero religious upbringing and grew up in an atheist family, or the subject was never discussed at all, period, ever. And so, but I still recognized that, wait a second, this can't be a coincidence. What are you talking about here? The earthquake occurring during the game at the beginning of the broadcast and knocking out the bridge that connects the two cities that are playing in the game? Come on. Like, of course there's a God, right? This was the thought process at the time. It was like, wait a second, this can't just be a coincidence. Now, okay. So the Bay Bridge is part of the I-80 highway. The collapsed section of the I-80 Bay Bridge symbolically split the bridge in half, which made the I-80 hint at 40 plus 40, and therefore the 44th president. A bridge is symbolic of the connection between man and God, and the collapsed I-80 Bay Bridge was symbolic of God's judgment for America. And this is also near the gateway to America, known as the Golden Gate Bridge. And in the Bible, judgment on a people symbolically begins at the gates. And so anyway, the San Francisco Bay Area is the gateway to America. So the earthquake was a massive, and by the way, Kamala Harris will die near the Gateway Arch in St. Louis. And that's why. Because in the Bible, judgment on a nation or people symbolically begins at the gate. Okay, the earthquake was a massive prophetic sign that communicated that America's connection with God is broken. Because bridges are symbolic of man with God, the bridge between man and the connection between man and God, which is Christ. And a broken bridge is symbolic of God and judgment. Okay? And Christ is the bridge between man and God. The name Jesus in Greek, gematria, is equal to 888. This is what was hinted at with the collapse of the I-80 Bay Bridge during Game 3 of the World Series. That is profound, by the way. It took me a while to figure that out. But it was so simple, so it was staring in my face all along. Game 3 snapped the bridge of the I-80, which hints at 3/8 and Jesus, because that's what bridges symbolize. It was so simple, but eluded me for a long time. I'll repeat this because it's so important. That's what I wrote. So here, Jesus equals 888, and this is what was hinted at with the collapse of the I-80 Bay Bridge during Game 3 of the World Series. It hints at 3/8 and 888. Jesus. Additionally, the Game 3 broadcast was interrupted by a power outage caused by the earthquake precisely when player number 33 for Oakland crossed home plate, which was a homecoming, which is what the poem was about that James Earl Jones read just a couple of minutes before the earthquake and player number 33 stepping on home plate right as the power went out. Which further confirms that Game 3 combines with the I-80 to hint at 3/8. Also, right before player number 33 touched home plate and the broadcast went out, the baseball bounced off the outfield wall right next to the 330-foot marker. All right. Now, Jesus died and was resurrected at the age of 33. Player number 33 crossed home plate right as the power went out, And this was right after the broadcast opened with the song Hello, Old Friend by James Taylor, which came right after James Earl Jones read the poem about baseball being a homecoming. The most central prophecy in the Bible describes a period of time that is exactly 69 times 7 years from a historic decree in ancient Persia to the precise date that Jesus officially arrived in Jerusalem in his first coming in 32 AD, which is why Simpson wore number 32 and is associated with bloody murder. By the way, there's this debate on which year Jesus died, but it shouldn't be. It's very clear. The evidence is overwhelming, and this prediction will prove that Jesus did die and was resurrected in 32 AD. It can only be 32 AD, but I'm not going to discuss that here. That isn't the subject of this video. But I'm telling you confidently with 100% certainty that it was 32 AD, and this prediction proves this. And as I'll explain in a second here too, it's well, you know what? I don't know if I explain here, but the 1989 World Series earthquake is for this reason. Because 1989 is equal to 13 times 153. The age of fishing for men began when Jesus and 12 disciples, for a total of 13, began the age of fishing for men. Jesus' last miracle with the fish caught in the net of 153 fish was symbolic of the end of the age of fishing for men. And that's why the age of fishing for men is a symbolic 1,989 years, 1989. All right, and so Jesus began the ministry of fishing for men in 29 AD, and that's why on the 29th anniversary, the 2018 World Series was filled with signs that pointed to the 1989 World Series. Because Jesus began his ministry in 29 AD, and the Gospel of John records that during his ministry, and by the way, that he began his ministry in 29 AD isn't controversial. That's recorded in the Gospel of Luke. The 15th year of Tiberius, and Tiberius began his reign in 14 AD. So 14 plus 15, 29 AD. So, and the Gospel of John records that Jesus observed 4 Passovers during his ministry and was crucified on the 4th one. So 29, 30, 31, 32. But that isn't all of the reasons for how it can only be 32 AD, but that's good enough. But also, so is this 29 years between the 1989 and 2018 World Series. Okay. So back to what I was saying here, though, is that the Bible describes this period of 69 times 7 years. All right? And the Lord's second coming will be after this symbolic 69 in the 70th period of the 7 years, that is described in the prophecy. So there's a period of 69 times 7 years and then a 70th set of 7 years. And that 70th set of 7 years is the period of the Antichrist into the end times. A period of time that involves the Antichrist. Jesus will return on the Day of Atonement in 2024, exactly 7 years after the Day of Atonement in 2017, which was the date of the mass murder shooting from the 32nd floor. Again, Jesus shed his blood in 32 AD, and that's why the blood was shed from the shooter on the 32nd floor. On the Day of Atonement, exactly 7 years before the Lord's return at his second coming. Okay, and the release of the murderer, who was number 32 on the same day. The day of the shooting from the 32nd floor was the day of the release of the murderer, the bloody murderer, OJ Simpson. And again, Jesus shed his blood in 32 AD. Now, the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction is to prove what I have just said. Make no mistake. I know far better than you the purpose of this prediction that is from God, and it is to prove what I have just said. The second coming will be in October of 2024 on the Day of Atonement. Case closed. End of debate. No more discussion. It's over. This is the case when the prediction comes to pass. This is the purpose of the prediction. This 70th period of 7 years that follows the 69 periods of 7 years is why the 1989 World Series earthquake was a magnitude 6.9, which since it's 69, and was located in the Santa Cruz Mountains. Santa Cruz is Spanish for Holy Cross, 10 miles outside of Santa Cruz, California. The musician, okay, it wasn't Toby Keith, it was the other country star, was performing on the stage at the time of the shooting, and the name, okay, never mind. I got the two musicians mixed up, as I mentioned earlier. Okay. The 1989 World Series earthquake was exactly 4 years and 8 months before OJ Simpson's car chase. 4 years and 8 months is 7 plus 7 times 7. The name Jesus is the same name as Joshua, and in the Bible, Joshua is a type for Jesus. In the book of Joshua, the walls of security collapsed due to an earthquake after the Israelites enacted a symbolic 7 plus 7 times 7. Right? They marched around the walls of Jericho once per day for 7 days, and then on the seventh day, they marched around 7 times while blowing 7 trumpets. It was a 7 and a 7 times 7. The Bay Bridge collapsed in California due to an earthquake exactly 7 plus 7 times 7 months before the seismic American cultural event that was Simpson's car chase on the California freeways. Okay, and the Bay Bridge was a California freeway, and it collapsed due to an earthquake. So again, the 7 plus 7 times 7 is associated with the earthquake, with earthquakes because of the book of Joshua, because archaeology proves that the walls of security of Jericho collapsed due to an earthquake after the Israelites enacted the symbolic 3 sets of 7, the 7 plus 7 times 7. And that's why after the earthquake in California on the freeway, which was the Bay Bridge, was the seismic American cultural event that was the Simpson car chase on the California freeways. The broadcast of the 1989 World Series was interrupted by an earthquake, exactly 7 plus 7 times 7 months before the 1994 NBA Finals broadcast was interrupted by a seismic event in American culture. This seismic event in American culture ended in Brentwood, California. The coming seismic event in American culture will be Harris's predicted plane crash, and she is homeward bound to Brentwood, California, which is predicted to be exactly 700 months after the release of Paul Simon's Homeward Bound song on January 19th, 1966. Which is why Paul Simon sang for Kamala Harris at the White House on the day of the death of OJ Simpson, who was known for his homeward bound car chase to Brentwood, California. This 700 months connection is symbolic of the final period of 7 for the Antichrist that is described in Bible prophecy. The Antichrist will return to the White House as a result of Harris's death in a plane crash, as she is homeward bound. The seismic earthquake during the opening minutes of the 1989 World Series broadcast occurred right after James Earl Jones finished reading the 7th Commissioner of Baseball's poem. Jones was born exactly 7 years and 77 days, which hints at 7 and a 7 times 7, before the birth of the 7th Commissioner of Baseball on the date 4-4, which hints at the 44th president, in 38, which hints at 3 8s and 888 and Jesus. In the Bible, that's 1938, by the way. In the Bible, the number 40 symbolizes a period of judgment and trial, and the number 7 is symbolic of perfection and God's touch upon something. As well, the account of Noah's flood was a 7 days warning that was followed by 40 days of increasing floodwaters. The 7th commissioner was born on the date 4-4, which hints at the 44th president, exactly 7 times 40 months before the birth of the 44th president. 7 and 4 also symbolize the birth of America on the date 7-4 in 1776, and 1776 is equal to 4 times 444. In other words, God knew all along that the 44th president would be the end of America. That's why the beginning of America hints at the 44th president, the year 1776. Additionally, 7 times 40 months is 280 months, and G280 is the word that means in the Greek concordance, riddle, enigma, clue. Kamala Harris, the 49th vice president, is from San Francisco. OJ Simpson played 9 years for Buffalo and his last 2 years in for the San Francisco 49ers. 9 years total for a total of 11 years, which hints at 9/11, as I explained earlier. OJ Simpson led a car chase on the I-5 that was homeward bound to his home in Brentwood, California. Harris is predicted to die in a plane crash as she is homeward bound to her $5 million home in Brentwood, California. The 1989 World Series Game 3 broadcast was interrupted by an earthquake that caused a section of the I-80 Bay Bridge to collapse. This hinted at 3/8, and 888 equals Jesus. Harris is predicted to crash in her plane as she is homeward bound. 38, which hints at 3/8 and 888, days after the news broke that OJ Simpson died. Harris's death will lead to her replacement with the Antichrist and will be pointing to judgment and Jesus, 888. Okay, so Kamala Harris is predicted to die 38 days, which hints at 3/8 after the death of OJ Simpson broke. And it all points back also to the 1989 World Series earthquake, which, as I explained, is about the 3/8 with the Game 3 and the I-80 Bay Bridge. And that's why Kamala Harris and OJ Simpson are both from Oakland and San Francisco. Simpson was born in San Francisco. Harris was born in Oakland, but she was also the Attorney General for San Francisco. It is amazing beyond words. She will also die exactly 700 months after the release of Homeward Bound by Paul Simon, and O.J. Simpson died on the same day that Paul Simon sang for Kamala Harris at the White House. Wow. O.J. Simpson was more than a famous football player. He starred in many TV shows and movies and was an American cultural figure. Likewise, Michael Jordan was much more than a basketball star and was an American cultural figure. Similar to the O.J. Simpson car chase in 1994, Jordan's announcement of his retirement in 1993, after 9 years in the NBA, was a cultural seismic event. God uses pictures on the pitching mound to symbolize the Antichrist on the Temple Mount in Bible prophecy. The GOAT Antichrist is the basketball president who wore jersey number 23 in high school and is from Chicago. Likewise, the GOAT, greatest of all time of basketball, wore jersey number 23 while playing for Chicago. News broke the day before Jordan's announcement, while Jordan was attending Game 1 of the Chicago White Sox Toronto Blue Jays American League Championship Series playoff series. Jordan, had just thrown the ceremonial first pitch from the pitcher's mound to begin the series. Blue Jays are a type of bird. This pitch in Chicago hinted at the Antichrist, who is from Chicago and also wore number 23, becoming the president again through a plane crash that is predicted to be the result of a bird strike. That's why the Blue Jays baseball team. To confirm his signs and connections, God pairs the numbers 9, 23, and 44 together, as the 44th president who wore jersey number 23 became the president in 2009. Okay? Jordan wore jersey number 23 for Chicago, and he wore jersey number 9 for the U.S. Olympic Dream Team when they outscored their opponents by an average of 44 points per game. In 1993, in between his 2 sets of three-peat championships, which hints at 23, he announced his retirement after 9 seasons. Player number 23 announced his retirement after 9 seasons, exactly 230 days, which hints at 23, before the release of the Lion King movie about a murder and a homecoming. In turn, the Lion King, a movie about a murder and a homecoming, because Simba returns home after the murder of his father in the movie, the Lion King was released 8 plus 8 plus 8 days before the Simpson homeward bound car chase for a murder. God is using a lion's roar as symbolism for the coming catastrophic solar flare that will cause a power outage. This is why James Earl Jones starred in the most iconic baseball movie ever made that was released in the same year as the power outage in the broadcast booth after he read the 7th Commissioner's poem about baseball being a homecoming. The power outage in Game 3 disconnected the I-80 bridge, which hinted at 888 and Jesus, the King of Kings. This is why James Earl Jones, the voice of Mufasa, the Lion King, is predicted to die. Well, actually, that's incorrect. So more knowledge has come to light. What is going on here is that James Earl Jones is predicted to die 88 days before the coming solar flare that will knock out the power, which is why his poem reading occurred right before the power was knocked out in the broadcast booth. He will die 88 days before the coming solar flare, and one reason being, well, as I just mentioned, it symbolizes 888, the King of Kings, which is the Lion King, Jesus Christ, and the lion's roar symbolizes this. Okay, this will be the day of the resurrection rapture, not the second coming to earth. But also, the reason for the 88 days connection from the death of James Earl Jones to the lion's roar on the surface of the sun that will knock out the power grid is that James Earl Jones reprised his role as the Lion King in the new live-action 2019 The Lion King movie at the age of 88. Simba, the name of the lion cub who was born in fictionalized East Africa in The Lion King, and who returns victoriously to his homeland after the murder of his father, is equal to 44 in simple English gematria. Likewise, the 44th president was born in his father's home village in East Africa, near Hell's Gate Canyon National Park, the location that inspired the movie The Lion King. At the annual White House press correspondents' dinner, the 44th president played a clip of the iconic scene of the birth of Simba in the Lion King movie and joked about it being the scene of his birth, which was amazing because he is the biggest liar in history. And he joked about it with a joke because he was born there. Anyway, Donald Trump's rise in political status coincided with his calling out Obama for not having been born in the U.S. That's why Trump is God's trumpet. The first thing that he was trumpeting was the Antichrist through him not being born in the U.S., which is the truth. At the same time, White House At the same White House Correspondents' Dinner, in which Obama joked about his biggest lie in history regarding the location of his birth, Donald Trump was in attendance. At the dinner, Obama mocked what a Trump presidency would look like. This was 4 plus 4 years before the release of the 2019 The Lion King live-action movie during the Trump presidency. Trump equals 88 in simple English gematria, and Donald J. Trump equals 888 in Hebrew gematria. Trump was elected on the date 11/8, which hints at 11 times 8 equals 88. 118, which is hinted at with the date 11/8, is the 38th semi-prime number, and 38 hints at 3 eighths, and 888, which equals Jesus, and Donald J. Trump. The 2019 The Lion King movie during Trump's presidency is 118 minutes long. Amazing. The walls of security of Trump's estate were breached by the Obama-installed Marxist regime FBI on the date 8/8, August 8th, in 2022, exactly 8 plus 8 plus 8 months before the predicted catastrophic solar flare and lion's roar on the surface of the sun. Okay, so more as information has come to light. It'll actually be August 13th, not August 8th. I imagine something important will happen on August 8th. It could be the death of Trump, but God is also pointing to August 7th for that. So I don't think it is. Anyway, I have to spend more time analyzing the reason for the date 8/8 in 2024. But I haven't had time to do that. The Antichrist King is the 44th president who wore jersey number 23. The Antichrist King will enforce the mark of the Antichrist that is described in Bible prophecy, which is the thing. The thing, okay, capital SH and then ends with an ought, okay, is the name, proper noun of an iconic play by Michael Jordan, and is considered to be one of the greatest his greatest clutch moments. The 1992 playoff game itself is regarded as a classic. This game in which is known for the thing, okay? In retrospect, the thing, proper noun, the thing, capital SH, symbolized the beginning of the ascent of the Jordan-led Chicago Bulls. So this moment in Michael Jordan history symbolizes the beginning of Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls, okay? It was the first of many game-winning things, okay, begins with an SH and ends with an oughts, that Jordan made in his playoff career. The thing, capital SH, proper noun, was the basket Jordan made at the buzzer to win the playoff series. Player number 23 scored 44 points in the game, which was a pairing of 23 and 44, which confirmed this as a sign. This game was played in Cleveland. The Chicago Bulls went into the series as the 6th seed against the Cleveland Cavaliers, the 3rd seed. This hints at 3 sixes and 666, the number of the Antichrist. This was coincidentally the reverse from the previous year, and therefore the previous year also hinted at 3 sixes and 666. A nickname for the city of Cleveland is the 6th city, as it was at one point the 6th biggest city in the U.S. President Grover Cleveland was the only president to serve non-consecutive terms, having skipped the 23rd presidency. Likewise, the basketball president who wore jersey number 23 will also serve non-consecutive terms, which is why Jordan played as number 23, Cleveland, in this prophetic game. Obama will skip the 45th presidency of trump, God's trumpet that has been trumpeted, who has been trumpeting the end times, and Obama, the Antichrist. The word trump in archaic English means trumpet, or the sounding of a trumpet. This is why number 23, Jordan, wore number 45 in the middle of his career. Okay? So there's a parallel here. Jordan had an interruption in the middle of his career and came back, just like Obama will have an interruption with the 45th presidency of trumpet, and then will come back. President Cleveland skipped the 23rd presidency. 23 is the 9th prime number. Obama will also serve non-consecutive terms and skip the 45th presidency, and 45 is the 9th triangular number, which in a triangle of numbers, the last number in the 9th row is 45. Okay, now this game in Cleveland that I'm talking about, the Thing game, okay, so I'm getting ahead actually. So in the Bible, 30 years is symbolic of a king. Joseph and David were made kings at the age of 30. Jordan's The Thing, capital SH, proper noun, that won the series was made on May 7th, 1989, exactly 30 years before the prophetic game-winning Thing to win the series in Game 7, to win the series also in Game 7, by St. Louis Blues hometown hero player number 7, 7 days before Israel's birthday. Okay, so you had these two game series winning shots. The one 30 years later was the one that won Game 7, scored by player number 7, 7 days before the rebirth of Israel, birthday. The Antichrist king will return to power as a result of Harris's predicted plane crash in St. Louis. That's why this game-winning shot, 30 years after Jordan's Thing, was in St. Louis. May 7th, 2019, 30 years after Jordan's game-winning shot, was also the day of the news regarding the delay of the 44th president's autobiography book, A Promised Land, which hints at Israel, the homeland, which is why it was 7 days before the rebirth of Israel. There's more to that, which is not explained in this video, but other videos. In the Bible, the Israelites' entrance into the Promised Land is a homecoming. Christians are anticipating their homecoming into the Promised Land of the kingdom of God, led by Jesus, who died and was resurrected at the age of 33. In the SOH capitals proper noun The Thing game, number 23, Jordan, scored 44 points in the 6th seed team in the 6th city against the 3rd seed team, and this was 44.66% of a calendar year before the 1989 World Series earthquake in Game 3 that disconnected the I-80 bridge, 888. The earthquake struck right as player number 33 was crossing home plate, a homecoming in the highlights of the previous game, and the earthquake struck 3 minutes after James Earl Jones finished reading the poem about baseball being a homecoming. This 44.66% of a year that connects the capital SH proper noun, okay, Jordan's game, to the Game 3 earthquake that disconnected the I-80 bridge, 888, is also 163 days, and 163 is the 38th prime number, and 38 hints at 3 eighths, and 888, which equals Jesus. Okay, and that's amazing because, again, the I-80 bridge was snapped by the earthquake during Game 3, and that hints at 3 eighths and 888. And the bridge is symbolic of the connection between man and God, which is Jesus. And so we have this 163 days, which hints at the 38th prime number, which hints at 3 eighths and 888 in Jesus, to the shot game, the big symbolic beginning of Michael Jordan, player number 23, which of course is all about pointing to the GOAT Antichrist. That's why Jordan is the GOAT of basketball. Number 23 for Chicago, who in the middle of his career had a hiatus and then returned for 3 more championships, which hinted at 2 sets of 3 and 23. And Barack Obama, who wore jersey 23, will also serve non-consecutive terms, having a hiatus, like the president from Grover Cleveland, who skipped the 23rd presidency. So you get the idea here. It's amazing. Now, the thing is, too, is that the GOAT, greatest of all time, Michael Jordan, is symbolism for the Antichrist, Barack Obama, both number 23 and Chicago, right? And in Bible prophecy, the number 42 is symbolic of the period of the Antichrist. And in the Bible, the number appears in the context of slaughter. Jordan's The Shot is symbolic of the slaughter of the masses from the thing, and the SH, capital SH, proper noun, game, connects to the collapse of a section of the Bay Bridge. The most deaths from the earthquake occurred at the Cypress Street viaduct to the bridge, when it collapsed onto cars beneath it, killing 42 people. And again, the number 42 appears in the context of slaughter and is associated with the Antichrist. That said, despite the earthquake occurring during rush hour, there would have been countless more deaths had it not been for the miraculous fact that most people in the Bay Area were in front of a television set to watch the World Series involving their 2 teams. This was similar to the blessed timing of the attack on the Twin Towers on 9/11. Countless more people would have died had the attack been an hour later. Another famous Disney movie was released in 1993, a year before the release of The Lion King, about a murder and a homecoming. Likewise, the 1993 movie Homeward Bound, The Incredible Journey, is about a homecoming. It is also about a journey across a section of the U.S. that ends in San Francisco. Kamala Harris is from San Francisco, and she is predicted to die on her homeward bound journey across the U.S. Homeward Bound stars Michael J. Fox as the voice of Chance, the American bulldog and narrator of the film. Fox hints at 666 because F is the 6th letter of the alphabet, O is the 15th letter, which hints at 1 plus 5 equals 6, and X is the 24th letter, which hints at 2 plus 4 equals 6. MJ hints at 23 in simple English gematria. MJ is equal to 23 in simple English gematria. Okay, so Michael J. Fox, MJ Fox, identifies the Antichrist, in other words, the basketball president who wore jersey number 23. The movie is 84 minutes long. Obama is equal to 84 in Hebrew gematria, and he was born on the date 8/4. The movie was released on the date 2/3, which hints at 23, the number that Obama wore. It was released exactly 23 plus 23 plus 23 years after the date 2/3 in 1924 and the death of President Wilson. And there are a number of parallels between Wilson and Obama. And for example, both remained in Washington, D.C. after their presidency ended, and Obama currently lives in the former residence of Woodrow Wilson. Wilson created the League of Nations, the forerunner of the United Nations. Obama, as the Antichrist, will lead the United Nations. This is the main reason for this parallel between the two. During Wilson's second term, Wilson schemed to make a third presidential term for himself. Likewise, during Obama's second term, and ever since, he has been scheming to make a third presidential term for himself. Hence, the reason for the date 2/3. 2/3 also hints at 2 divided by 3 equals 0.666, the number of the Antichrist. 23 plus 23 plus 23 years is also 69 years, and a period of 69 times 7 years is symbolic of the period of the Antichrist in Bible prophecy. G500 in the Greek concordance is the word for Antichrist. The movie Homeward Bound, starring Fox, which hints at 666, was released on the date 2/3, which hints at 2 divided by 3 equals 0.666. It was released exactly 500 days before Simpson's car chase that was Homeward Bound on the I-5 to Brentwood, California, which hints at the homeward bound plane of Harris's to her $5 million home in Brentwood, California. The movie Homeward Bound was released on the date 2/3, exactly 128 weeks before the basketball president who wore jersey number 23 released his autobiography book, Dreams from My Father, on July 18, 1995, which contains a prophetic dream Obama had that reveals that he is the Antichrist and that his father is Satan. Obama's Dreams from My Father was released when he first entered politics in 1995 and was released exactly 66 weeks and 6 days, which hints at 666, the number of the Antichrist. After Michael Jordan's prophetic baseball game in which he tied the score at 4-4 on the same day that the Rwanda genocide began in East Africa. This is because Satan will soon use Obama for his genocide and of God's people, Christians and Jews. The reason for the 128 weeks connection between the movie Homeward Bound and Dreams from My Father, which is about Obama's search for his identity through traveling in East Africa, in other words, homeward bound symbolism, is that G128 in the Greek concordance is the word for the Ethiopian. And God is using this number in his signs to identify the Antichrist who was born in East Africa. In fact, the prophetic dream that Obama had that identifies his father as Satan and him as the Antichrist was had while he was traveling on a train in East Africa while he was homeward bound to his family in East Africa. Michelle Obama was born exactly 128 weeks after Barack Obama was born, and Michelle is predicted to appoint Barack Obama as her vice president. Homeward Bound was released 330% of a year after James Earl Jones finished reading the poem about baseball being a homecoming 3 minutes before the earthquake that struck right as player number 33 crossed home plate, and right after the ball hit the wall next to the 330-foot marker during the highlights of the opening of Game 3 of the Game 3 broadcast. James Earl Jones starred in the most iconic baseball movie ever made, Field of Dreams, in which he delivered an iconic monologue that stated that America could be great again. Field of Dreams was released in 1989, the same year in which he read the 7th Commissioner's poem about baseball being a homecoming, right before the 1989 World Series earthquake struck. 1989 is the number of years that is symbolic of the Lord's return and of Christians' homecoming. Jesus began the age of fishing for men with himself plus 12 disciples for a total of 13 men. In Jesus' last miracle that symbolized the end of the age of fishing for men, 153 fish were caught in the net. 13 times 153 equals 1989. Jesus and his 12 disciples began the age of fishing for men in 29 AD, the 15th year of Tiberius in 14 AD, which is recorded in Luke 3:1. 29 AD plus 1989 years equals 2018. This is why the World Series in 2018, the 29th anniversary of the 1989 World Series, contained numerous prophetic signs that pointed to the 1989 World Series earthquake 29 years earlier. For one thing, the national anthem for Game 1 was sung by James Taylor, and he was the guy that was singing right after James Earl Jones read the poem at the beginning of the Game 3 broadcast, right before the earthquake hit. Okay, when asked by his disciples for the signs to look for of his return, Jesus replied with the metaphor of earthquake signs. Jesus replied with said there would be earthquake signs. This is why the prophetic World Series earthquake occurred in 1989. It hinted at a symbolic 1989 years from 29 AD to 2018. However, it must be made clear that 1989 years and 2018 are only symbolic. 2018 falls within the final symbolic 7 years of prophetic signs of the Lord's return that began in 2017 and will end in 2024 with his second coming. The movie Field of Dreams baseball movie, in which James Earl Jones starred, was released exactly 1,530 days before James Earl Jones spoke the national anthem at the 1993 Baseball All-Star Game in Baltimore on July 13th, 1993. 1,530 days hints at 153 and the equation of 13 times 153 that God alluded to through the 1989 and 2018 World Series. As explained in the Baltimore Bridge video, it is through the collapse of the Baltimore Bridge in 2024 that was built in the 7th state in 77, that is named after the man who authored the national anthem, that God pointed to James Earl Jones and his reading of the poem of the 7th Commissioner. Again, he was born 7 years and 77 days after Jones, about baseball being a homecoming, to open the broadcast of Game 3 of the 1989 World Series before the earthquake that caused a section of the I-80 bridge to collapse, which since at 888, Jesus, right? The Game 3 I-80. In the movie Field of Dreams, James Earl Jones spoke about how America could be great again and described this in terms of it being like a homecoming. The movie Field of Dreams is about a homecoming. In the movie, Ray, Kevin Costner, has a reunion with his father in the baseball field at the end of the movie, and at the end of the movie, people from all over come to the baseball field in the cornfield without really knowing why, because it feels for them like a homecoming. In fact, today many people travel far distances to experience the baseball field in the cornfield in Iowa in which the movie was filmed, especially fathers and sons, to have a game of catch, because it's like a homecoming. The number 153 symbolizes this homecoming for Christians. In the Bible, this symbolizes this. The movie Field of Dreams, starring James Earl Jones, was released 1,530 days before James Earl Jones spoke the national anthem at the 1993 Baseball All-Star Game, which was in turn an extremely prophetic number of days before April 1st, 2024, when news broke of the death of OJ Simpson, who was known for his homeward-bound car chase. This number of days was 11,230, and God uses this number, 1,123, because it is the 188th prime number. God uses the number 188 because H188 in the Hebrew Concordance is the word that means woe! Exclamation mark. It is used in the Bible in the context of extreme judgment from God. This is amazing. This is one of the most amazing connections ever, actually, when I discovered this. James Earl Jones spoke the national anthem at the Baltimore All-Star Game. And there's more to that, why that's prophetic. But this was 11,230 days exactly, which hints at 1,223, which hints at 188. Whoa! Exclamation mark. No wonder I was convinced that James Earl Jones would die on April 11th, but instead we got these signs that are leading on to James Earl Jones' death 36 days later on May 17th. And 36 because it hints at 666. 36 is 6 times 6. It is also 2 times 18, which is 6 plus 6 plus 6. And the 36th triangle of number, which in the triangle of numbers, the last number in the 36th row is 666. And 1 plus 2 plus 2 is 4, all the way to 36 equals 666. But there's more to that. That's explained in other videos as to why the 36 days connection onward is relevant. But back to what I was saying here. We have these amazing connections. We have from the Field of Dreams game, it is 1,530 days to James Earl Jones speaking the national anthem. And then in turn, it is 11,230 days to April 11th. And the signs that I'm explaining in this video. Okay, so the Field of Dreams game in which James Earl Jones had a monologue about how America could be great again connects to April 11th. And the death of OJ Simpson and all that I'm explaining, which hints at the death of Kamala Harris and her homeward bound plane crash. Okay, it's amazing. 38 days later, 3/8. Okay, so the Field of Dreams game connects to all of this. And so does the reading, I keep mixing it up. The speaking of the national anthem at the All-Star game in Baltimore, which again was pointed to with that was the main thing that God was pointing to with the collapse of the Baltimore Bridge. As I will explain in the truly amazing Baltimore Bridge video. You need to watch that video also. But the Baltimore Bridge video was pointing to James Earl Jones speaking the national anthem at the Baltimore All-Star game in 1993. Okay. James Earl Jones spoke the national anthem at the All-Star game exactly 45 weeks before the release of The Lion King, which cost $45 million to produce and which starred James Earl Jones. 45 is the ninth triangular number, and Jordan wore number 45, Michael Jordan, and after 9 years in the NBA. On the date 4/7, when he wore number 45 in 1994, 47 days before the release of The Lion King that cost $45 million. OJ Simpson served 9 years in jail. In turn, The Lion King, a movie about a murder of a father and a homecoming, was released 8 + 8 + 8, as in 3/8, 888 Jesus, and Homecoming, days before Simpson's homeward bound car chase up the I-405, which ends at 45, for the murder he committed. Okay, you see that again? The connection between the movie Lion King about a murder and a homecoming and the homeward bound up the I-45 car chase. Okay, going a step further into the details. The Lion King is about a murder in which the main character does not know who the murderer of the father is. Likewise, the court trial did not clearly identify Simpson as the murderer, and he was acquitted. Likewise, there is a mystery surrounding Michael Jordan's role in the murder of his father. There is even a parallel with James Earl Jones's role as the voice of Darth Vader, in which he delivers the most famous line in cinematic history when he reveals to Luke Skywalker the mystery of the identity of his father, when James Earl Jones said, "I am your father," which hints at God the Father telling Abraham that his name is I am. Okay? God told Abraham his name is I am in Exodus 3:14. And the Hebrew symbol for I am is the exact same symbol for pi, which is 3.14. It is through this James Earl Jones prophecy that God has communicated that he has a son, Jesus Christ. This Darth Vader prophecy, this James Earl Jones death prophecy, is also communicating that God has a son. Harris is predicted to die in a homeward bound plane crash in St. Louis, which is the area code 314. Which hints at pi 3.14 and Exodus 3:14. Her crash in the area code 314 will be caused by turbulence, and this will point to Isaiah chapter 31, verse 4, 31:4, which describes the Lord returning, a homecoming, to fight for his holy mountain like a roaring lion. James Earl Jones, the voice of the Lion King, symbolism for a roaring lion. That's why James Earl Jones is being used also to point to the death of Kamala Harris, who will die in the area code 314 due to turbulence, which will symbolize a roaring lion in Isaiah chapter 31:4. It's all amazing. It's all amazing. Another prophetic sign we received on April 11th, 2024, was the statement the greatest of all time of football made about possibly returning to play in the NFL. Tom Brady said, quote, I don't know if they will let me, but I wouldn't be opposed to it, as in returning, end quote. Brady was referring to the NFL rules prohibiting a team owner from playing and how he is in the process of acquiring ownership of the Las Vegas Raiders football team. On the day of the Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas, news broke that the NFL was going forward with the sale of 7% of the team to the 7-time Super Bowl winner after the reevaluation of the team's worth at $5.8 billion. $5.8 billion hints at Super Bowl 58. And this is because 5 divided by 8 equals 1.6, which hints at 16, which hints at 4 times 4, and the 44th president, goat Antichrist. Which is why on the day of the Super Bowl 58, Tom Brady announced that they were going forward with the acquisition of the $5.8 billion team. And Las Vegas is the 36th state. And 36 hints at 3 sixes, and it is also 6 times 6, and the 36th triangular number is 666, and on and on. The goat Antichrist, okay? The goat, Tom Brady, made his newsworthy statement about him possibly returning on the date 4/11, which hints at 4 times 11 equals 44. This hinted at the moment in 2022 that the 44-year-old GOAT of football announced with a tweet that he would return for a 23rd season on the same day that the 44th president, GOAT Antichrist, announced with a tweet that he had the CVD disease and was happy to have taken the mark of the Antichrist 23 days before he returned to the White House for the first time for the anniversary of his nationalized health care, which will be used to enforce the mark of the Antichrist. Brady's mention of his acquisition of the Las Vegas Raiders hinted at his prophetic acquisition of the Las Vegas Aces women's basketball team, who play in the arena in the Mandalay Bay Hotel, which is the hotel in which the shooter shot and killed 58 people, okay, from the 32nd floor. Again, 58 hints at the 48th president. I explained that. And the 32nd floor also hints at the 32nd president and Simpson number 32. Okay? All right. So on the day of the 58th Super Bowl, Brady announced his acquisition of 5.8 billion Raiders, Las Vegas, and his other acquisition of the Las Vegas Aces, which hints at shooters, who play in the Mandalay Bay Hotel, hinted at the shooting in the Mandalay Bay Hotel that killed 58 people. The name Aces hints at a sharpshooter in war with many kills. The main story of the GOAT of football's career is how he became the GOAT, even though he was selected 199th in his draft and was never supposed to be a starting quarterback. The date of the announcement of his acquisition of the Las Vegas Aces, who play in the Mandalay Bay Hotel, was 1,999 days after the ace shooter massacred people in the Route 91 festival from the 32nd floor of the Mandalay Bay Hotel. This was the same day that Simpson, player number 32, was released from jail in Las Vegas, and Simpson led the homeward-bound car chase down the Highway 91. The GOAT of football won 7 Super Bowls in 10 Super Bowl appearances. In the Bible, the ancient Jews would conduct a ritual sacrifice involving a goat on the Day of Atonement in the Hebrew calendar, which is the 10th day of the 7th month. Hence, the reason why the GOAT of football won 7 Super Bowls in 10 Super Bowl appearances. It hints at the 10th day of the 7th month, on which the goat was sacrificed in the ritual on the Day of Atonement. the deadliest mass shooting in U.S. history on October 1st, 2017 in Las Vegas from the hotel in which the GOAT of football's Aces play in was on the Day of Atonement in 2017. And this is why exactly 7 years before, this is why this shooting was exactly 7 years before the return, homecoming of Lord Jesus Christ in his second coming on the Day of Atonement in 2024. Okay, that's why Brady won 7 Super Bowls also. Okay, it all connects. Again, the day of the shooting was 1,999 days before the 199th selected in his draft announced that he had acquired the team that plays in the same hotel as the shooting was in. Okay? Now, Brady won 7 Super Bowls, a record, and God uses records for his sons. That's why he's the GOAT, greatest of all time. But in Bible prophecy, 7 years is symbolic of the end times period of the Antichrist. And the Day of Atonement in 2017 was one of a number of symbolic beginnings to this final 7 years. It's exactly 7 years from this shooting, the deadliest in U.S. history, which is major symbolism. It's exactly 7 years before the second coming of the Lord. And you would figure that there would be such a connection from the deadliest mass shooting on the Day of Atonement. What else is it going to be? It's going to be a 7 years connection. And that's because of the GOAT of football who won 7 Super Bowls. And out of 10 Super Bowl appearances, which is symbolic of the date of the Day of Atonement, the 10th day of the 7th month, on which the GOAT was sacrificed. So I've repeated myself here to make it very clear, because I want it to be understood. There are countless ways in which God has overwhelmingly, indisputably confirmed that the second coming will be on October 12th, 2024. And if you don't believe what I'm saying now, the prediction will prove this. That is the purpose of the prediction. Make no mistake. The reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction is to end the debate, case closed. It is to prove that the date of the second coming will be on the Day of Atonement in 2024. Okay. Yeah, so I just repeated what I just said here. This is why the shooting was 1,999 days before the GOAT of football, who was selected 199th, announced the acquisition of the Las Vegas Aces, which hints at the shooter, who play in the same arena as the shooter. The same hotel, I should say. The shooting in Las Vegas from the 32nd floor and the release of Simpson number 32 on the Day of Atonement was also exactly 34 weeks after the GOAT of football and the New England Patriots scored 34 points in the biggest comeback, homecoming, if you will, in Super Bowl history. The biggest comeback in history in Super Bowl 51 hints at the comeback of Barack Obama and his return to the White House as the 51st vice president, before Michelle Obama is predicted to step down on July 18th, and then Barack Obama will become the 48th president. Before the walls of security collapsed in God's judgment on Jericho, the Israelites enacted a symbolic 3 sets of 7. That was symbolically 7 plus 7 times 7. Tom Brady won 7 Super Bowls and lost 3 Super Bowls, which he says he is still mad about, which hints at 3 sets of 7 and judgment. The GOAT of football announced that he was acquiring the Las Vegas Aces on March 23rd, 2023, 7 plus 7 times 7 days before the death of another symbolic GOAT of football, Jim Brown, 59 is the 17th prime number, and 17 is the 7th prime number. In other words, 59 is the 7th super prime number. That's what they call it. Okay? The 7-time Super Bowl winner announced he was acquiring the Las Vegas Aces 59 days before he announced that he is seeking to acquire 7% of the Las Vegas Raiders football team. God uses records for his signs, and the highest ever score in NFL history was when Brady and the Patriots scored 59 points against the team from the 4x4th state, which hints at the 44th president, goat Antichrist. The 44th president, goat Antichrist, will return to the presidency as a result of the shoplifted 59th referendum for presidents and a plane crash caused by a bird strike, which is why the comeback Super Bowl 51 was played between the Patriots and the Falcons, who go by the nickname Dirty Birds. Super Bowl 51 goes by the nickname 3-28 Super Bowl because at one point late in the game, the Patriots had 3 points to Atlanta Falcons' 28 points. Atlanta is named after the city of Atlantis, which is a type of the city of Babel in the Tower of Babel story in the Bible. Okay, it's a type 4, the city of Babel in the Tower of Babel story in the Bible. The acronym begins with a C, ends with a C, and middle letter is D, is headquartered in Atlanta, and is the quasi-military agency that is responsible for begins with an M, ends with an N-A, and has a middle letter R, thing that is the mark of the Antichrist. The 3-28 score alludes to the most appropriate verse in the Old Testament that points to the mark of the Antichrist, which is Daniel 3:28. This is why, for example, the name of the coach for Atlanta in the Super Bowl 51, who was partly responsible for blowing the huge lead due to poor coaching decisions, was Dan. There is another famous football player who, like Simpson, wore number 32, and like Simpson, starred in many TV shows and movies. Like Simpson's car chase and Michael Jordan's announcement of his retirement after 9 years, Jim Brown's announcement of his retirement after dominating the NFL for 9 years to pursue acting was also a seismic event in American culture. Jim Brown, number 32, died 328 days before the death of OJ Simpson, number 32. Like OJ Simpson, who was alleged to have murdered his ex-wife, Jim Brown was also known for alleged violence against women. The reason why Jim Brown's death connects to OJ Simpson's death with 328 days is that Jim Brown, who played 9 years for Cleveland, famously organized the Cleveland Summit. The Cleveland Summit was a gathering of professional black athletes to discuss Muhammad Ali's decision to avoid the draft for the Vietnam War due to his conscientious objection based on his religious beliefs. The Cleveland Summit was held on June 4th, 1967, exactly 70 months, which is 2,130 days after the birth of the Antichrist, on August 4th, 1961. The number 213 is the 69th semi-prime number, and in the most central prophecy in the Bible, a symbolic period of 69 weeks is followed by a symbolic 70th week period that regards the period of the Antichrist. Hence the 70 months, which is also a hint at the 69th semi-prime number with the number 2,130 days. Okay. The Bible describes a period of 1,656 years in between Adam and the flood judgment that God released after the chromosomes of the human race had been corrupted. On the day that Muhammad Ali died, there was a prophetic flood. The once in 2,000 years destructive flooding in Paris coincided with the day of the Middle East Peace Initiative in Paris, in which nations gathered to discuss what to do about Israel and how to divide Israel without Israel in attendance and Israel formally rejecting the talks. The reason for the coincidence of the flooding, the record peak of the flooding, of the record flooding, on the day of the talks in Paris is contained in Genesis 12:3. Quote, I will bless those who bless you, and him who dishonors you I will curse. And in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed, unquote. Ali conscientiously refused the draft for the war, and Ali died exactly 1,656 days before the first American took the thing on December 14th, 2020, outside of a trial. Okay, the first thing, okay? This hinted at conscientiously objecting to the thing, which is the mark of the Antichrist, and the Antichrist system that compels people to take the thing, like Ali was being compelled to go to the Vietnam War. And again, the 1,656 days, because chromosomes were corrupted. Oh, I'm getting to that. I'm jumping ahead. Yes, okay. Okay, so returning back to Brown's death, Jim Brown, 328 days before Simpson's death, Simpson was known for the bloody, stabbing murder of his ex-wife. The OJ Simpson trial captivated American culture, and the court case came down to a bloody glove. The court case emphasized chromosomes testing. All of this alluded to how the mark of the Antichrist thing gives people blood disease and how it changes a person's chromosomes. Again, corruption of chromosomes was the reason for the flood judgment in the Bible. This is the reason why Brown and Simpson were both number 32. And the 32nd prime number is 131. G131 is the word in Greek that means blood disease. And this is also why Ali died 1,656 days, which hints at the flood before the prophetic sign regarding God's judgment in Paris. Okay? So anyway, you get the point there. Another confirmation for you that all of this is pointing to the mark of the Antichrist, and it is identifying what it is in its current form, because it connected, as I explained, to the date of the first person taking it. It's not a precursor, all right? And the prediction will prove this, and believe me, I know far better than you the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction. Is to prove this. It is not a precursor. Case closed. The name of Simpson's ex-wife that he had murdered was Nicole Brown. Because, by the way, it's come out that he hired people to murder them. He hung around on the night of the murder to see it. But anyway, that's why the glove didn't fit, for example. Nicole Brown hints at Jim Brown. Simpson's murder of Nicole Brown further confirms this connection to Jim Brown. And Jim Brown was known for alleged women violence, which points to the things that are responsible for mass murder. The name Nicole hints at the Nicolaitan doctrine that Jesus said he hates, and is coming to make war with the sword of his mouth on those that teach and have the works that are a product of this doctrine, the Nicolaitan doctrine of our day, which the vast majority of American Christians today have, including and especially most evangelical Christians. The Church of Laodicea, that thinks they are in need of nothing, because they are once saved, always saved, etc. Okay, and again, watch the 23 church signs video on this channel, and also the snake bite video. Nicole Brown was murdered along with her friend, Ron Goldman. Goldman hints at currency. Gold is God's currency that he has created that cannot be manipulated. Goldman and Nicole Brown hint at the mark of the Antichrist, who murders people, that is designed to deceive Nicolaitans, quote, most quote-unquote Christians. And the mark of the Antichrist will be enforced through digital currency, which is why the name Goldman in context of Nicole. Nicolaitan doctrine, mark of the Antichrist enforced by currency, Goldman. Okay? OJ Simpson went by the nickname the Juice. This hints at the poisonous juice in the thing that is the mark of the Antichrist. Simpson connects to Brown, who connects to Ali, who connects with flooding. Noah and his family were rescued from the flood in a boat. There was another prophetic sign on April 11th, 2024, that involved water and a rescue by boat. God pairs 23 and 44 to confirm his signs and connections. On the date 411, which is at 4 times 11 equals 44, 2 times 3 men were rescued by the U.S. Coast Guard on a tiny Pacific island that is U.S. territory after the engine of the boat was damaged. The men were stranded with only water from a well and coconuts. This was the second time in 4 years that 2 times 3, which is at 23, men were stranded on the same island. 2 times in 4 years hints at 2 4s and 44, and the 44th president who grew up on an American Pacific island and who wore jersey number 23 in high school on that island. The 44th president also grew up for 4 years on an Indonesian island when his stepfather was recalled to Indonesia after a mass genocide, a politicide that the Indonesian leader had committed. The news of the rescued Pacific Islanders, with the consent of the American Security Department, State Department. Okay, the news of the rescued Pacific Islanders mentions how one of the U.S. Coast Guard members that rescued the 2 times 3 men happened to be the 4th cousins of the rescued men. The 4 years between similar rescues and 4th cousins also hints at 44. The men were found by airplane after they had written help on the beach. This hinted at the coming rescue from the 44th president Antichrist after their prayer for help. In another sign on April 11th, 2024, a famous Pacific Islander American died. God uses firsts for his signs. Akibono was the first foreign-born sumo wrestler to reach the level of Yokozuna, Yokozuna, or Grand Champion. This is king symbolism. The former king of sumo wrestling died on the day it was expected that there would be a sign related to the death of James Earl Jones, who is king symbolism. Right? He was the voice of the Lion King, played King Jafar in Coming to America, Darth Vader, Antichrist king symbolism, and James Earl Jones read the audio King James Bible. It was in fact believed that James Earl Jones might die on April 11th. God has also confirmed through prophetic signs that the King of Kings died on the date 411 in 32 AD. This is why the king of sumo wrestling died on the day that news broke of the death of OJ Simpson, number 32. It hints at 32 AD when the King of Kings died. The King of Kings shed his blood on 411 and 32 AD, And the king of sumo wrestling died on the day that OJ Simpson died, player number 32, who was known for a bloody murder. The stranded Pacific Islanders that were rescued on 4/11 were without food. This hinted at starvation. The death of Okibono, the sumo wrestler, symbolizes obesity and excessive food intake. The first foreign-born sumo wrestler died at the age of 54 because the number 54 hints at the 1st Black Regiment of the Civil War, the 54th Massachusetts Regiment. The 54th Regiment was not paid the equivalent amount that the other white Northern soldiers were paid. It was an example of oppressive minority law, symbolic of slavery and freedom, the theme of the Bible. The Civil War fought for slavery. The Antichrist will enforce the mark of the Antichrist thing, slavery and freedom, through the rationing of food. Hence why Okibono, symbolizing excessive food, and the starving people on the island, both Pacific Islanders, all 4 men Pacific Islanders. The Antichrist is from a Pacific island, American Pacific Island. The minority who refuse the thing will be oppressed through the restriction of buying and selling food, because there will be food shortages, and the restriction of the buying and selling of food will be done through currency. And hence why the 54th Regiment, and why Okibono died at the age of 54. The coming rationing of food will be the result of the coming solar flare from the sun that will knock out the power grid. Japan, the land of the rising sun, with a sun on its flag, symbolizes the sun. God is using a lion's roar as a metaphor for the coming solar flare, and this is why the theme of James Earl Jones, the voice of the Lion King, in his signs that occurred on April 11th. The king of Japanese sumo wrestling gives us king and Japan symbolism. James Earl Jones is predicted to die exactly 4 times 4 weeks after the death of Japanese sumo wrestling king, and Akibono died on the same day as the news story about the star Japanese baseball player's interpreter being charged for stealing 4 times 4 million. And again, there was 4 and 4 in the stranded islanders in the Pacific too. 4th cousins, 4 years apart, right? Like I mentioned. But this was the same day as the Japanese baseball player story, which I mentioned a couple hours ago at the beginning of this video. But this was the same day that the Japanese sumo wrestler died. And sorry, I didn't even recognize my mistake. I'm getting a little tired. I've been talking for so long now. Like I said, James Earl Jones is predicted to die on May 17th. This was made when it was thought he might die on August 1st, but that was right after I got into the signs here, and I hadn't really done a lot of investigation. All right. Now, where was I here? Okay, so we got this parallel, and the Japanese player's story is about the 4 times 4 million. Additionally, OJ Simpson died on the day that Paul Simon sang, perhaps homeward bound, at the White House, at the state dinner for the Prime Minister of Japan. The date of the Japanese interpreter sign involving 4 times 4 million was 4/11, April 11th, which hints at 4 times 11 equals 44. And this hints at the 44th president, the Antichrist, who will enforce the mark of the Antichrist through food rationing after the coming solar flare will knock out the power grid. The name Akibono in simple English gematria is equal to 63, which hints at 3 6s and 666, the number of the Antichrist in Bible prophecy. Akibono participated in one WrestleMania. In WrestleMania 21, he threw his opponent out of the ring, which is amusing because this is the goal in sumo wrestling. The ring is a space with a perimeter. The city of Jericho in the book of Joshua was a city space within a perimeter wall of security that the Israelites marched around before throwing the inhabitants of Jericho out of the perimeter. In the account, the Israelites enacted a symbolic 3 sets of 7. This is what Akibono's throwing of his opponent out of the ring in WrestleMania 21, which hints at 7 plus 7 plus 7, hints at. Right? He threw, it was WrestleMania 21, which is 7 plus 7 plus 7. And it's about throwing him out of the ring, a perimeter. That's the goal of sumo wrestling. Okay? And that's what the Israelites did. It was a perimeter where the walls of security collapsed after a symbolic 3 sets of 7. Again, April 11th, 2024 was the date for prophetic signs related to James Earl Jones were expected. I didn't write that really well, but anyway, April 11th was the date on which it was expected that there would be prophetic signs related to James Earl Jones. And God is using the voice of the Lion King as symbolism for the coming lion's roar on the surface of the sun. On April 11th, 2024, began the 88th Masters Tournament in Augusta, Georgia. James Earl Jones is predicted to die 88 days before the predicted solar flare on the lion's roar on the surface of the sun. All right? God uses records for his signs, and in this year's Masters Tournament, the GOAT, greatest of all time, of golf, Tiger Woods, scored his record worst round at the Masters. He scored 82 in one of the rounds of the Masters. His score of 82 hinted at 2 8s and 8-8, which confirms the 88th Masters is hinting at 88 days from James Earl Jones's death to the solar flare. The name Woods is symbolism for the wooden altar that Elijah used when he called down fire from heaven on Mount Carmel. Woods officially became the GOAT when he won his 82nd PGA tournament in 2019 after a typhoon caused epic flooding of the golf course and the cancellation of play for the day. This was symbolic of the 4 large jars of water that Elijah used to flood the wooden altar before he called down fire from heaven and judgment from God on the 400 false prophets of Asherah and Baal. Elijah repeated 3 times this dumping of water from 4 large jars. The name Jesus in English gematria is equal to 444. Woods' 82nd win also hints at 8 divided by 2 and 4 plus 4, and therefore the 82nd win is more confirmation that the name Woods is symbolic of the wooden altar on which Elijah poured 4 large jars of water before calling down fire from heaven in God's judgment. The 88th, which hints at 44 plus 44, Masters at Augusta in the 4th state, Woods, the GOAT of golf, I should say in the 88th Masters, the 44 plus 44th Masters in the 4th state, Woods, the GOAT of golf, scored his record worst score. This too confirms that God is using Woods to hint at the wooden altar that was doused with 4 large jars 3 times, which made it 444. I want to interrupt here with something that I don't think I wrote later in the writing here, which is that the reason why Obama was born in August, and this Augusta Masters tournament hints at this, is Caesar Augustus, who in 22 AD took complete control of the food supply. And the number 22 in God's sign symbolizes the mark of the Antichrist, which will be enforced after Obama, who was born in August, will take complete control of the food supply and limit the buying and selling of food to only those who have taken the mark of the Antichrist. Woods' 82nd tournament win was in the only PGA tournament held in Japan. Japan is the land of the rising sun, and its flag depicts a sun. This makes Woods' 82nd win in Japan and his worst ever score of 82 at the 88th Masters confirmation that the coming fire from heaven, solar flare from the sun, will be 88 days after the death of James Earl Jones, the voice of the Lion King, hence the lion's roar on the sun. This golf course in Japan is the only location in the world in which a particular microbe exists. This microbe produces the compound that is used in the wonder drug that begins with an IV and ends with an ectin. Okay? It begins with an ivor and ends with a mectin. Okay? The compound for that, and I'll just call it, I'll nickname it IV from now on, okay? So you know what I'm talking about. This drug, this wonder drug, the compound that the active ingredient in it is the compound produced by the microbe, which only exists on this one particular golf course in Japan that was flooded, that the GOAT of golf won his 82nd tournament on, which tied him for the record with Sam Snead at 82 wins. But Sam Snead was in a different era, and that's why Tiger Woods is the GOAT. Now, the golfer and chemist who discovered this microbe and compound won the Nobel Prize for the drug Ivy. Exactly 82 weeks after Woods became the GOAT by winning his 82nd PGA tournament on the golf course in Japan was the day that Phil Mickelson won the PGA championship at the age of 50 on the day of Pentecost, which means 50th day. Pentecost and the number 50 symbolizes the church. Mickelson's dramatic win at the age of 50 on the 50th day, which by the way was on the golf course at the coast of South Carolina where the eclipse exited, and so golf course pointed to golf course. In other words, 82 weeks connected the golf course that's prophetic and the golf course that's prophetic that Mickelson won on. Okay, so Mickelson won at the age of 50 on the 50th day, exactly 50 weeks after the prophetic warning signs for the church on Pentecost in 2020. And Pentecost is also known as the Feast of Weeks, hence why God uses 50 weeks connections as symbolism for the church also. Okay, so Mickelson won at the age of 50 on the 50th day, exactly 50 weeks after the prophetic warning signs for the church. And the number 50 symbolizes the church because the church age began on the day of Pentecost. Okay, and it was after the signs for the church on Pentecost in 2020. So the 50 weeks connects with Pentecost to Pentecost and Mickelson winning at 50. Okay? And the signs on Pentecost in 2020 included, the main sign was actually the storm that had 50-mile-per-hour winds when it struck the Gulf Coast. Tropical storm Cristobal. Cristobal means Christ follower. And it was a crossover storm because it was a rare storm that's crossed over from the Pacific over the Mexican isthmus into the Gulf of Mexico. It was a crossover storm, Cristobal, okay? And the sign, it caused tornadoes, and a literal huge sign was uprooted and blown up against an evangelical church in Colombia, which symbolizes America, Florida, the ninth plus ninth state. And the number 9 is the most important number in God's signs. It's from the Bible. It symbolizes God's judgment. It was a judgment sign, literally, for the church. It was a judgment sign against the church. This was in turn exactly 4,000 days after Michael Jackson died at the age of 50 after taking a thing from his doctor. G4000 is the word that means 5,000 in the Bible. The 4,000th Greek word in the concordance is the word that means 5,000. Jesus miraculously fed 5,000 after he sat them down in groups of 50. Michael Jackson's death from a thing at the age of 50 connected to Mickelson's, as in Michael Jackson, win at the age of 50 on the 50th day through connections involving the number 50. This is because the thing is the mark of the Antichrist that is being used to persecute God's church, which is symbolized by the number 50, and to determine who is God's faithful. This is also because ivy, the drug, is God's true cure for the CVD disease, instead of the thing, in contrast to the abominable thing. That's why the golf course in Japan connects to all of this. With the goat of golf, which hints at the goat Antichrist. The number 88 is 2 times 44. The 88th Masters at Augusta in the 4th state. In the 88th Masters at Augusta, in the 4th state, Woods, the GOAT of golf, scored his record worst Masters round score. This points to the GOAT Antichrist, the 44th president, who will serve a second presidency, which is why it's 2 times 44, the 88th Masters. Woods' worst score in a Masters round was 82, which hints at 8 divided by 2 equals 4 plus 4. In the 88th Masters, which hints at 44 plus 44. This was only the 5th time in his professional career that Woods had scored or has scored in the 80s. This hints at 8 divided by 5 equals 1.6, which hints at 16, which hints at 4 times 4, the 44th president. He finished this year's Masters tournament at plus 16 over par. The GOAT finished at plus 16 over par at the Masters, which hints at the GOAT Antichrist Master, the 44th president, which also hints at 4 times 4, the 44th president. It was, however, a successful achievement because despite the injuries suffered in his car crash, Harris's predicted crash will lead to the Antichrist. That's why Woods, the GOAT, crashed in a car. Despite his car crash injuries, in the 88th Masters, he made a record 8th plus 8th plus 8th final cut in a row. That's amazing, right? It was the 24th cut in a row that he made in the Masters. There was a record. God uses records. 24 is 8 plus 8 plus 8. And it's the 88th Masters. He made the final cut, but finished last in 60th place. To confirm his signs and connections, God pairs the numbers 23 and 44 as the Antichrist is the 44th president and the basketball president who wore jersey number 23 in high school. 60th place with a score of plus 16 hints at 2 times 30 and 23 and 4 times 4 and 44. This year's Masters was 2 plus 3 years, which ends at 23, after Woods made his dramatic comeback in the 2019 Masters when he won his 5th, which ends at 2 plus 3, Masters. So 5 years after he won his 5th Masters. In other words, 2 plus 3 years after he won his 2 plus 3 Masters. Because the Master Antichrist is the one who wore jersey 23. This year's Masters, in which Woods scored his record worst score, ended exactly 5 years after Woods won his 5th Masters in 2019, the same year he won his record most wins in a career in Japan. This year's Masters also began exactly 5 weeks after the plane lost its wheel in San Francisco that was on its way to Japan and diverted to Los Angeles. This hints at the GOAT Antichrist's comeback after the death of Harris, who is from San Francisco, on her homeward bound plane flight to her $5 million mansion in Los Angeles. The 2019 Masters comeback win solidified Tiger Woods as the GOAT of golf. His dramatic comeback 5th 2 plus 3 win hinted at the predicted comeback of the GOAT Antichrist, who wore jersey number 23, to the White House. The number 22 symbolizes the mark of the Antichrist. And 22 days, okay, and the reason for that is because the inverse of the mark of the Antichrist, described in Ezekiel, the book in the Bible, would have been a Tav mark, and the Tav letter is the last letter and the 22nd letter in the Hebrew alphabet, and the mark of the Antichrist is described in the last book of the Bible, which is the 22nd book out of 22 books in the Bible that have a total of 22 chapters. The number 22 symbolizes the mark of the Antichrist, and 22 days after the GOAT's comeback win at the Masters, Trump, which is equal to 88 in simple English gematria, presented Woods the Presidential Medal of Freedom at the White House, which further hinted at the comeback of the GOAT Antichrist at the White House. And I say it right here. This is because Caesar Augustus, Masters at Augusta, took complete control of the food supply and rationed food in Rome in 22 AD. That's why Trump gave him the medal at the White House 22 days after the 2 plus 3 Masters win. Okay, that's the reason for the 22 days connection. Because the Masters was at Augusta, and Augustus took control of the food supply in 22 AD. Similarly, the 44th president, 44 plus 44th Masters Augusta in the 4th state, who was born in the month of August, which is named after Augustus, will soon take complete control of the food supply and ration food to only those who have taken the mark of the Antichrist. This rationing of food will be after the coming fire from the sun, 88 days after it is predicted that James Earl Jones will die, who reprised his role as the Lion King at the age of 88. For his 2019 Masters win, Woods received $1,150,000 in prize money. The 8th chapter of the book of Daniel describes the Antichrist who comes from the north and the west, and Rome is precisely northwest of Jerusalem. That's because the Pope is the Antichrist. This prophecy also mentions a period of time for the Antichrist consisting of 2,300 evenings and morning sacrifices, which makes it 1,150 days, and the Jews used goats for their sacrifices. This is what is hinted at with the $1,150,000 in prize money for the goat in his comeback win. Okay? It's amazing, right? You saw it? You get that? The comeback win, he won the $1,150,000. That hints at 1,150, which is the number of days in the prophecy about the Antichrist. Okay, and this points to the comeback of the second of the two goats in Bible prophecy. Because even on the Day of Atonement, the ancient Jews would conduct the ritual sacrifice involving two goats. There are two Antichrist goats described in Bible prophecy. The second one of the two is Barack Obama. The first of the two is the Pope in Rome. Okay, let's see. At the second coming of Lord Jesus Christ will be on the Day of Atonement in 2024, when the two Antichrist goats will be defeated. That's why the two goat ritual sacrifices on the Day of Atonement in ancient Israel. All right. On the 16th, 4 times 4, hole at the 88th Masters in the fourth state, in the tournament in which he scored plus 16, which is at 4 times 4, the goat of golf shook hands and paid respect to the goat of golf broadcasting, Vern Lundquist. Lundquist retired after this year, his 40th and last Masters tournament broadcast in the fourth state, which hints at 44, the GOAT Antichrist, 44th president. 40th Masters in the fourth state. Lundquist is most famous for two calls in particular, and both were on the 16th hole, 4 times 4, 44th president. His call after Jack Nicklaus's putt in the prophetic 50th Masters tournament, and his call after Woods's putt on the prophetic 69th Masters tournament. From the most central prophecy in the Bible, the number 69 is symbolism for the period of the Antichrist's rule. The Antichrist will persecute God's church, which is symbolized by the number 50. That's why the 50th and 69th Masters on the 4 times 4th hole. From the 50th Masters to the 88th Masters, it is 38 Masters tournaments, which hints at 3 eighths. And the Master, Lord Jesus Christ, and the name Jesus in Greek equals 888 in Greek gematria. The winner of the 50th Masters tournament won $144,000. In Bible prophecy, it is a symbolic 144,000 of God's faithful who will be rescued from the persecution from the Antichrist, and the number 50 symbolizes God's church. The winner of the 88th Masters tournament won $3,600,000. 88 hints at 2 times 44 and the second presidency for the 44th president, Antichrist. 3,600,000 hints at 3 sixes and 666, the number of the Antichrist in Bible prophecy. The famous line Lundquist uttered after Jack Nicklaus's putt was, "Yes, sir." And the famous line after Tiger Woods' putt was, "In your life, have you ever seen anything like that?" This alludes to the return of Barack Obama as the president. "Yes, sir, in your life, have you ever seen anything like that?" Barack Obama, the GOAT Antichrist, will make a dramatic comeback as the 48th president, like the dramatic comeback of Woods in the Masters in 2019. Which is why, at the age of 48 years old, the GOAT of golf shook hands and paid respect to the GOAT of golf broadcasting, who retired from sports broadcasting because he is now 83 years old. 83 is the 23rd prime number, and Obama wore number 23 in high school basketball. This interaction between the two GOATs that hinted at the comeback return of the 44th president was on April 11th, 2024. April 14th, 2024. And prior to this date, it was expected that there would be a prophetic sign related to the return of Barack Obama. Yes, that's right. We were expecting this sort of sign on this date. And that's what we had, because this hints at the comeback of Tiger Woods. It's a return of Barack Obama sign, and that's what we were expecting in advance. The news story of the GOAT Antichrist symbolism, Tiger Woods, in this year's Masters is that he scored his worst ever round at a Masters. It was only his 5th time he scored in the 80s. This year's Masters began exactly 5 weeks after the tire of the plane on its way to Japan landed in the parking lot of Hertz rental car in San Francisco, which confirms the connections that were explained earlier regarding the bloody murder signs that allude to the to the 5G in the coming genocide massacre. To the role of 5G in the coming genocide massacre. These signs include the death of OJ Simpson, who played in San Francisco and was released from jail in Las Vegas on the day of the deadliest bloody murder mass things in Las Vegas. The prophetic signs involving Tiger Woods in the 88th Masters coincided with the news of the death of OJ Simpson. The Woods signs pointed to the Masters comeback win. Simpson was known for his homeward bound car chase to Brentwood, California, which hinted at Harris's predicted plane crash as she is homeward bound to Brentwood, California. The Woods signs and the death of Simpson overlap because Woods hints at Brentwood. The death of O.J. Simpson pointed to the prophetic signs in 1994 and pointed to Obama's dreams from my father and the beginning of his political career. Part of the story of the rise of Obama is his appointment in 1994 as the director of the Woods Fund charitable foundation in Chicago. This appointment came through former Weather Underground radical leftist Bill Ayers. God has used the GOAT Tiger Woods to point to the Woods Fund in order to reveal Obama's true identity, which is a radical socialist Marxist bent on the destruction of America as we know it. And that's not a conspiracy theory. That's a fact. That's the real Obama. People don't know where he came from. They don't know who he is for a reason. This is his background. This is who he is. Marxists want to destroy America as we know it. All Marxists are like that. He's a radical socialist Marxist. That's who he really is. And once a communist, always a communist. Unless one has a life-changing, repentant, unless one has a life-changing moment in which they repent and come to Christ. The golf world is comparing this year's winner of the Masters with the younger Tiger Woods, the GOAT of golf. In the 4th round of the tournament, Scottie Scheffler posted 4 under par, which hinted at the 44th president, GOAT Antichrist. Scheffler won his 2nd Masters green jacket in 3 years, which hints at 23, the number of the basketball president. At the 88th Masters, Scott Scheffler became the only player, along with Tiger Woods, to have won multiple majors while being ranked number 1. Scheffler has been ranked number 1 in the PGA for a total of 83 weeks. 83 is the 23rd prime number. Scheffler has been ranked number 1 in the PGA for 48 consecutive weeks, which hints at the future 48th president, GOAT Antichrist. The name Scheffler is equal to 82 in simple English gematria. Woods won a record 82 PGA tournaments, making him the GOAT. Scheffler in Hebrew gematria is equal to 223. 223 is the 48th prime number, and Scheffler has been number 1 for 48 weeks at the time of the 88th Masters, which With his 82nd PGA win, Tiger Woods tied with Sam Snead for most PGA Tour wins. Sam Snead has the same initials as Scott Scheffler. Scott Scheffler won the 88th Masters while Woods scored his worst ever Masters round with 82. 82 hints at 8 times 2 equals 16 equals 4 times 4, which hints at the 44th president, goat Antichrist. The Antichrist will persecute the American church, which in God's signs is symbolized by Dallas. Scheffler lives in Dallas. After his victory, Scheffler shouted to the media and his pregnant wife in Dallas the words, "I'm coming home," which hinted at God's faithful who are homeward bound and who will be raptured, rescued from the period of the Antichrist. The name Jesus equals 888, and the winner of the 88th Masters scored 4 under in the 4th round, which hinted at 4 plus 4 equals 8. In the Bible, a 40-year period is symbolic of God's judgment on a people. H226, the 226th word in Strong's Hebrew Concordance, is the word that means prophetic sign. 226 is the 76th semi-prime number. On March 24th in 1976, was a military coup of the Argentinian government. Following the military takeover, the dictatorship is said to have murdered 30,000 people. This is a prophetic sign that points to the current coup of the U.S. government by the left that is unfolding. And it hints at the coming genocide in America that will be perpetrated by the left, led by Obama. This is why Obama visited Argentina shortly before he left office on the exact 40th anniversary of the coup on March 23rd to 24th, 2016. On March 24th, 2016, the 40th anniversary of the coup, the 44th president visited a memorial for those who were killed in the mass murder in Argentina in the politicide. In Bible prophecy, a period of 42 months is symbolic of the period of the Antichrist. As well, the number 42 always appears in the context of slaughter in the Bible. The 44th president's visit to the memorial of the slaughtered in Argentina on the 40th anniversary of the coup was exactly 420 weeks before the news broke of the death of OJ Simpson, who was known for getting away with murder and was released from jail in Las Vegas on the same day as the deadliest mass shooting, murder, slaughter in the U.S. history. Obama became the president in 2009, and he was the basketball president who wore number 23. Obama arrived in Argentina on March 23, 2016, exactly 6 plus 6 plus 6 months, which hints at 666, the number of the Antichrist, before September 23, 2017, and the Revelation chapter 12 sign in the night sky that represented the escape of God's faithful from the coming slaughter from the Antichrist. In turn, the Revelation 12 sign on September 23, 2017 was 92 weeks and 3 days, which hints at 9 and 23, before the path of totality of the solar eclipse that passed over Argentina and terminated precisely at Buenos Aires, the capital city where the coup took place. In the Bible, a 30-year period is symbolic of a king. Obama's autobiography book that identified him as the Antichrist king was released exactly 29 years before he's predicted to become the 48th president and the Antichrist on July 18th, 2024. 29 years hints at 9/11. It is the way to represent 9/11 with 2 numbers, because the number 2 hints at 1 and 1, hence 9/11. Okay, that's why the 29 years exactly between him becoming the 48th president and the beginning of his political career all right, with the release of the autobiography book. The 44th president's autobiography was released when he first entered politics on July 18th, 1995, exactly 4 months after the deadliest massacre in Argentine history on July 18th, 1994. 85 people were killed in a terrorist bombing that targeted a Jewish community center in Buenos Aires, which is why Obama first moved to Chicago, where he first entered politics in '85. The deadliest massacre in Argentina was exactly 30 years before it is predicted that the murderous dictator and Antichrist Barack Obama will become the Antichrist king. Again, 30 years is symbolic of a king in the Bible. The deadliest massacre in Argentine history, which was a politicide. No, this wasn't a politicide. This was just the terrorist bombing, but it was God's people. Okay, so the deadliest massacre in Argentine history was targeted at God's people, the Jews. And Bible prophecy indicates that the Antichrist will target Jews and God's people. True quote-unquote Christians. Well, true Christians, because not all quote-unquote Christians are true Christians. Barack Obama is predicted to become the 48th president after Harris's predicted death in a plane crash due to turbulence. Harrison Ford is known for his aviation mishaps, and on the date of the first episode of the TV series 1993, starring Harrison Ford, there was a prophetic aviation mishap due to turbulence that involved a passenger plane that departed from the 48th state. On this same date, December 18th, 2022, the future 48th president and GOAT Antichrist tweeted his congratulations to Argentina and the GOAT of soccer, greatest of all time of soccer, for winning the World Cup. His tweet was a prophetic sign that identified him as a murderous dictator and the GOAT Antichrist, because it's Argentina we are talking about. God's mysterious transcendental number that he has baked into his creation is pi, and again, Argentina is the place where the politicide occurred, and Obama was there at the memorial on the exact 40th anniversary, which is symbolic of judgment. The God's mysterious transcendental number that he has baked into his creation is pi, 3.14. And Kamala Harris's predicted plane crash due to turbulence is predicted to occur in St. Louis, for which the area code is 314. Obama's tweet about the GOAT of Argentina received 314,000 likes. And it was made exactly, unless it's 314 likes, but it was made exactly 341 months after the deadliest terrorist massacre in Argentine history. You see that? Shall I repeat that? So Obama tweeted about the GOAT, which hints at the GOAT Antichrist, of Argentina, the place where he visited on the anniversary of the politicide, of the coup. And Obama is presently staging a coup. Literally, Obama is behind it, but the whole team is behind it. They're all in on it, right? Those that are in on it that are on the left. But anyway, he tweeted this post about the GOAT of Argentina that received 314 likes, exactly 341 months after the deadliest terrorist massacre in Argentine history. All right? And Kamala Harris is predicted to die due to turbulence. That was the day of the quote, the post about the GOAT of Argentina. And she is predicted to die in the area code 314. Okay. Now, the GOAT of soccer's name is Lionel Messi. The name Messi means messenger, and the name Lionel means young lion. It is in the chapter in the book of Isaiah that the Antichrist is described as well as the description of the Lord returning to fight for his holy Mount Zion in Jerusalem like a young lion in Isaiah 31:4, which is why the goat Antichrist's tweet to Lionel, as in young lion, received 314,000 likes, which hints at Isaiah chapter 31:4, and was made exactly 341 months, which also hints at Isaiah chapter 31:4, after the deadliest terrorist massacre in Argentina that targeted Jews. Amazing. Approximately 30,000 political opponents were killed in the massacre during what is called the Dirty War, the period of the military junta of Argentina that began with a coup in 76. In 76. Of those who were killed, a significantly disproportionate number were Jews, compared to the percentage of Jews in the Argentine population. 1,900 Jews were killed. The 1989 movie Field of Dreams, which starred James Earl Jones, is about the 1919 Chicago Black Sox World Series cheating scandal. To open the 1989 World Series, Jones read the 7th Commissioner's poem, and the 1st Commissioner of Baseball was given unchecked power over every person in baseball as a result of the 1919 Chicago Black Sox World Series cheating scandal. Field of Dreams was released on May 5th, 1989, exactly 1,900 days before the terrorist bombing at the Jewish Community Center in Argentina. And it was 1,900 Jews who were killed in Argentina during the Dirty War. Okay, and again, that connects to Barack Obama, which is hinting at the coming politicide from the Antichrist, which the 1st Commissioner of Baseball symbolizes, who was given unchecked power over every person in baseball, just like in a moment of crisis, Barack Obama will be given unchecked power over every person in America. The Argentine Jewish Community Center bombing was in turn 4 + 4 + 4 months before the release of the 44th president's Dreams from My Father, Field of Dreams, about the 1990. Okay, so the movie Field of Dreams is a hint at Dreams from My Father. Field of Dreams, about the 1919 cheating scandal, was released 1,900 days and then 4 + 4 + 4 months before the release of Dreams from My Father. Also, the number 19 symbolizes God's perfect judgment. The number 9 symbolizes God's judgment. The number 10 symbolizes God's perfect order. Hence, 10 + 9 equals God's perfect judgment. And so that's why the 1919 cheating scandal that points to Barack Obama, Chicago Black Sox. The Bama in the word Bama in Hebrew is a proper noun that means high place. In the Bible, high place is a metaphor for heaven. In Luke 10:18, Jesus said he saw Satan falling like lightning from heaven. In Hebrew, Barack Obama means lightning from heaven. The word Bama is H1117 in Strong's Concordance. As well, the Antichrist is described in Zechariah 11:17. On the date 11/17 in 2018, there was a prophetic sign involving the discovery of the missing Argentine submarine in which 44 sailors were lost. The incident goes by the euphemism in Argentina, the 44, the nickname 44. Okay, so many nations of the world cooperated in the search for the submarine and the lost 44 sailors, which hinted at the 44th president, Antichrist, leading the nations. In God's signs, Argentina is symbolic of a coup d'etat of the democratically elected government. The Argentine submarine sign on 11/17, which hints at H1117 and Bama, okay? The Argentine submarine sign on 11/17 in 2018 was exactly 1 year, 11 months, and 17 days before the Obama regime operatives within the government cheated and shoplifted the referendum on November 3rd, 2020. Okay, and that's alluded to with the 1919 Chicago Black Sox World Series cheating scandal. Okay, so the 1 year, 11 months, and 17 days is a hint at Obama, all right? And that's why the connection from the Argentine submarine on this 11/17 date. Okay? Now, by the way, the Argentine submarine sign, the 44 sailors sign, was also exactly 44 weeks after the false missile alert in Hawaii, where Obama is from. It's not really related to what we're talking about in this video. I thought I would just mention that, though. All right. The X, the letter X, is symbolic of, by the way, that's astounding proof that the referendum was shoplifted. In case you came to this video and didn't know this, because you've been completely brainwashed and you only get your media from the leftist, Marxist media, right? And not really exaggerating. There are Marxists within the media. That's a fact. What would you call it? It's a new ideology without a name, but it's a derivative. It's a subspecies of Marxism. Marxism has evolved into new things. The modern left isn't Stalinist Marxism, but it is Marxism, though. Okay. Anyway. If you don't know that the referendum was shoplifted, it's because you live in a bubble and you've been brainwashed. And most importantly, though, you want to believe the lie. That's the thing. Those that believe that the referendum wasn't shoplifted, which is actually not as big of a percentage of the population as you think. And even when they do polls, even something like 30 to 40% of Democrats understand that the referendum wasn't legit. And that's Democrats, the ones that are being honest, right? The ones that don't know, though, that are the Democrats, they're the ones that they want to believe the lie. And you have to want to believe the lie to still not know this at this time. And there are a lot of people that don't know it. So anyway, And by the way, the reason why that is because the evidence is overwhelming. There's all kinds of evidence that you have refused to look at out of your bigotry and prejudice and hatred for conservatives and Christians. You need to repent. You are going to hell. The letter X is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. The Antichrist will become the president again through the use of the 25th Amendment. The number 97 is the 25th prime number. The leader of Argentina is symbolic of a murderous dictator because of the 76 military coup and the Dirty War. The name of the current and very famous leader of Argentina that the left hates is Milei. The name Milei in simple English gematria is 48. Milei got together in person with his new friend Elon Musk from the X social media platform, the founder of Tesla and SpaceX, which hints at the mark of the Antichrist because of the X, and transhumanism. They got together to talk about things and a deal between Argentina and Tesla. Tesla is symbolic of electricity and lightning. Barack means lightning. Musk and Milei, whose number is 48, got together 97, which is at the 25th Amendment, days before it is predicted that the 25th Amendment will be used to make Barack Obama the president. Milei, and Milei hints at equals 48, came to power in Argentina on December 10th, 2022, 4 plus 4 days before the 44th president and future 48th president, goat Antichrist, tweeted on X his congratulations to Argentina and the GOAT of soccer, which was the same day as the incident involving the plane that departed the 48th state. And Mille equals 48. Mille, which equals 48, and his ascension to power in Argentina on December 10th, 2022, is also 4 times 40% of a year, which hints at the 44th president, before it is predicted that the 48th president will ascend to power on July 18th, 2024. The most famous catch in NFL history was the immaculate reception made by Franco Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Harris wore jersey number 32. He died exactly 69 weeks, which is the very prophetic number of weeks, symbolism in the most central prophecy in the Bible, Daniel chapter 9, which symbolizes the beginning of the end times and the period of the Antichrist. Okay, so this football player named Harris, who wore jersey number 32, died exactly 69 weeks, which is extremely prophetic, before news broke of the death of OJ Simpson, who also wore jersey number 32 in the NFL. Simpson is symbolic of bloody mass murder. George Romero made the first modern zombie movie, Night of the Living Dead. He also made a documentary about how he filmed the Immaculate Reception, titled Night of the Living Steelers. The number 22 symbolizes the mark of the Antichrist. Through 5G, what has been put inside people will turn them into a sort of zombie. Night of the Living Steelers was released exactly 222 weeks before the zombie-like crashing of the security perimeter around the Capitol building on the 6th day of the first month. Okay, and I put in brackets here, watch the Night of the Living Dead video I made for more information related to this connection. Okay, that's an important video. Again, Simpson, number 32, hints at blood disease, died exactly 5 weeks after the plane dropped its tire on Hertz, which hints at 5G Hertz frequencies. I explained all that earlier. The death of Franco Harris hints at the death of Kamala Harris in a plane crash. Franco Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers died in the small town of Sewickley, Pennsylvania, outside of Pittsburgh. Franco Harris's death connected with exactly 69 weeks to the news of Simpson's death. One day later, on April 12, 2024, in the second state, 26 barges, which hints at H226, which is the Hebrew word that means prophetic sign, broke free, and some crashed into the Sewickley Bridge in Sewickley, Pennsylvania. 5, as in 5G, days after this, Joe Biden gave a speech in Pittsburgh to United Steelworkers, hinting the Pittsburgh Steelers. This is stunning confirmation of everything. For one, it is confirmation of the 222 weeks in between the Night of the Steelers, Living Steelers documentary and the zombie-like crashing of the security perimeter of after Biden shoplifted the referendum, as in Steelers. It is confirmation that blood disease from the mark of the Antichrist will be activated by 5G and turn people into something zombie-like. This is in context of Simpson, which connects to mass murder and the Rwanda genocide, as I have explained. Also, the death of number 32 Franco Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers in Sewickley, Pennsylvania, connects to the barges that crashed into the Sewickley Bridge, and Biden's speech to United Steelworkers in Pittsburgh on April 17th, 2024, which is 32 days before Harris's predicted plane crash. Also, the Sewickley Bridge that was crashed by barges, connects Sewickley to Moon Township. Okay, this bridge connects the town Sewickley to Moon Township. The 49th vice president was born exactly 4 years and 9 months before the first American on the moon. This is because the last American on the moon symbolizes America's departure from Christ. And this was exactly 144 weeks after Hawaii became the first state to legalize abortions. Harris is the abortions advocate, who was the first high office candidate to visit an abortion clinic. Trumpet campaigned in Moon Township, Pennsylvania, on the same day that Vice President Pence, which hints at Vice President Harris, made an emergency landing in his Air Force Two plane in the 9th, which is a judgment, state. This Pence plane sign never fit into the big picture until now. Also, Pittsburgh is associated with the 4 plane crashes on 9/11. 44 people died on Flight 93 that crashed 40 plus 40 miles outside of Pittsburgh. And Flight 93, the one that crashed 40 plus 40 miles outside of Pittsburgh, hints at the coming solar flare from the sun that is 93 million miles away from Earth. Biden said to the United Steelworkers that his uncle's plane crashed in New Guinea in World War II, and that he was never found because of cannibals. This crazy lie connects to Night of the Living Steelers and Franco Harris, and it is 32 days before Harris's predicted plane crash. The death of OJ Simpson pointed to the 45-minute car chase up the I-5 when the live broadcast of the NBA Finals was interrupted, which pointed to the live broadcast of the World Series that was interrupted due to the earthquake in San Francisco, where Simpson played his final and 11th season. The prophetic sign in Game 3 in the Game 3 earthquake was the collapse of the I-80 bridge, which hinted at 3/8 and 888, which equals Jesus. The day of Game 3 and the I-80 bridge collapse was 163 days after another famous playoff game, which was the capital S, proper noun, begins with a sh and ends with an ought. Okay, we explained that earlier. 163 is the 38th prime number, and 3/8 hints at 888. This is why the death of Kamala Harris, who is from San Francisco, will be a seismic event in American history 38 days after the death of OJ Simpson. However, Simpson played his final and 11th season in San Francisco in the 31st state, and 31 is the 11th prime number. He played 9 seasons in Buffalo in the 11th state and served 9 years in jail. And this confirms the prophetic significance of the numbers 9 and 11 associated with Simpson. As well, the infamous car chase was 45 minutes, and 45 is the 9th triangular number. The chase was also up the I-405, which hints at 45, which also hints at 9. The car chase was in Los Angeles. Simpson died in Los Angeles, and on the day the news broke of his death, the interpreter of the famous Japanese player for Los Angeles was charged in Los Angeles for stealing 4 times $4 million for illegal gambling. This was 9 days before 2 Japanese military helicopters collided and crashed. The X-blades of the helicopters are symbolic of the mark, and they each have 4 points, making a symbolic 4 times 4. Additionally, the model number of the copters was SH60, and 60 is 2 times 30, which hints at 23, and this pairs with the 4 times 4 blades, and pairs with the 9 days to the 4 times 4 million and Simpson's death. Simpson is associated with the number 9, which symbolizes judgment in these signs, and he was released from jail in Las Vegas after almost exactly 9 years. This was the same day as the deadliest mass shooting in Las Vegas, which symbolizes the things. Kamala Harris is predicted to die in an aviation crash near the X of the eclipses, 29 days after the crash of the Japanese helicopters that hinted at the X of their blades. 29 hints at 1 and 1 and 9, and therefore 9/11. As was just explained, Simpson hints at 9/11. And as was just explained, and by the way, again, his chase was a prophetic number of days before 9/11 that hinted at reconciliation. Remember that? Okay, and as was just explained, the Japanese interpreter sign connected with 9 days to the Japanese helicopters crash sign, which connects with 29 days, which hints at 9/11, to Harris's predicted crash. Simpson's homeward bound car chase was up the I-5 to his home in Brentwood. Harris will be flying homeward bound to her $5 million home in Brentwood. 5G will trigger or activate the mark of the Antichrist, which is symbolized by the X of the eclipses and the X of the Japanese helicopter blades. The news of Simpson's death was exactly 5 weeks after United Airlines plane in San Francisco, bound for Japan, dropped its wheel onto the Hertz, as in 5G frequencies, parking lot. Simpson promoted Hertz. Harris and Simpson are from San Francisco. The date that the Boeing 777, which hints at 3 sets of 7, plane dropped its wheel onto Hertz, which hints at 5G frequencies, was 3/7 in 2024. Okay, the Boeing 777 and the date 3/7 hints at 3 sets of 7 and walls of security collapsing in God's judgment. I explained that earlier. The Israelites enacted a symbolic 3 sets of 7 before the walls of security of Jericho collapsed in God's judgment. The Boeing 777 lost its wheel on the date 3/7, exactly 37 months after Super Bowl 55, which was won by the GOAT to football, who is from San Francisco, Tom Brady. During Super Bowl 55, which hints at 5G, the GOAT to football starred in a commercial that promoted 5G. During the halftime show, The Weeknd performed. So The Weeknd is a performer. It's the name of a performer, okay? And he did the halftime show. I have just read the Wikipedia page for the singer, The Weeknd. It is filled with many prophetic references and confirmations. Too many to start listing and analyzing, in fact. I will mention here that he spent $7 million of his own money on the production of the performance that won a Primetime Emmy Award. And Super Bowl 55 was the GOAT's 7th Super Bowl win. At the end of the halftime performance, the many dancers that were spread out over the field fell down and lay still on the field. Okay? That's amazing, as I will explain. This was exactly 23 months before the Chiefs-Raiders game and the Ring Around the Rosie, We All Fall Down trick play. Okay, you know the nursery rhyme, Ring Around the Rosie, We All Fall Down? Well, the Chiefs did this in a game against the Raiders. That game's final score was 13-31, which sums to 44, and confirmed the 23 months connection from the Buccaneers Super Bowl, okay? A pairing of 23 and 44. Also, that game, the Chiefs-Raiders Ring Around the Rosie game, was 44 weeks exactly before another Raiders prophetic sign, okay? But the reason why this is the case and why this is relevant is that the GOAT's Buccaneers Super Bowl 55 was 6 + 6 + 6 years, which is 6 times 6 times 6 months, after the Pirate Bowl between the Buccaneers and Raiders. Okay? Now, The Weeknd was born on the date, the performer, The Weeknd, that's his name, was born on the date 216, which hints at 216, which is 6 times 6 times 6. And his Ethiopian surname, Makonnen, equals 216 in Hebrew gematria. Obama is the Ethiopian, as I explained earlier. Okay, now, let me see. Do I get to it here? Let's see. So the Pirate Bowl, okay, so the Buccaneers and the Raiders are symbolic of pirates. And pirate is symbolism for the coming alien invasion, which is in truth demons pretending to be aliens. And it'll be part of the beginning of the 5G begins with the pan and ends with the demic, okay? And so I'm trying to explain it here. Let's move on. So we're talking about Super Bowl 55, this halftime show in which the performers fell down at the end, all right? The performer spent $7 million of his own money. He won an Emmy Award for the performance. And in the Super Bowl 55, the GOAT promoted 5G, and he won his 7th Super Bowl. Now, I confirmed the relevance of all of this with the 23 months connection and the 6 + 6 + 6 years connection to these other Raiders, Buccaneers signs. That's hinting at the alien invasion and also hinting at 5G, as I'm getting at. All right? Okay, so the dancers in the Weeknd Super Bowl halftime performance, Super Bowl 55, were wearing bandages that covered their faces. They were faceless. At the end of the performance, they spread out over the entire field that had a big NFL logo in the center. NFL is equal to 66 in Hebrew gematria and 32 in simple English gematria. 32 equals Obama, and the 32nd prime number hints at G on 131, which equals blood disease, which is what one gets from taking the mark. The ending of the performance consisted of the dancers dancing in intervals of synchronized choreography and then chaotic individual dancing. The chaotic dancing resembled demons, or rather demonic possession. And by the way, this Weeknd guy, he's known for singing about his drug addiction days, and he pretends to be whacked out on drugs in videos. I've seen him. He really looks the part. But that's also this whole theme of his drug coolness that that makes him cool, and him pretending to be whacked out on drugs, and why the performers were pretending to be whacked out on drugs, when really it was all symbolism for demonic possession. And that's why this guy in his life, from the Wikipedia page, has all kinds of prophetic instances of signs that confirm this theme of demonic possession and aliens and 5G. Okay, so that's what we're getting at here. And by the way, music is frequencies. That's another thing. And the prince of the power of the air, which is a euphemism used for Satan, is also the reason for 5G, and also, by the way, the plane crash. The prince of the power of the air. All right? That's why the big thing that's coming is the 5G and how it will activate what people took in the mark, in the thing. And that will be activated through the power of the air. That's what all of this is headed towards, all right? Now, so there's all kinds of confirmation. I'm just looking at one here. The fact that he has this Ethiopian name, that gives him the Antichrist number there, right? Because Obama is the Ethiopian. And anyway, so where were we here? We were talking about the dancers falling down. Let's see. Now, they were faceless, and at the end, their choreography was juxtaposed between synchronized and chaotic, which further, emphasized this symbolism for demonic possession. The chaotic dancing resembled demon possession. In other words, this depicted regular people who are going along with the deceived collective, because they were dancing collectively together, all in sync. Which is why, by the way, the nurses in the viral video during the CVD disease were all the different nurses from hospitals around the world different images of scenes of different groups of nurses dancing all synchronized together. It is wicked Marxist collectivism propaganda, subliminal, for people to take the thing. Look, the medical industry, they're all coming together, coming together in unison for the cause. The cause is false religion. Collectivism is evil. That's why the story of the Tower of Babel in the Bible, where the nations, the peoples of the earth come together to build a tower to reach heaven without God. That's why leftism, the bottom root, the bottom line, the root reason why collectivism is evil is it inevitably leads to the oppression of the individual and human rights. And it is evil because it is the opposite of God's plan, which is division, individualism, separation of the sheep from the goats. But the goats are the collectivists and coming together. Anyway, so I'm getting off track here, but that wicked video of the nurses dancing together all in unison to make it look like a good thing, to cooperate for the cause and take the thing, the dancing together in unison. Well, anyway, that's what's going on with the choreography in this halftime show. But it's juxtaposed with these intervals of the dancers going all crazy individually, but it looks like demon possession. Okay, so the dancers falling down in the 5G Super Bowl points to the people falling down due to 5G and the mark of the Antichrist. The 5G will interact with the mark of the Antichrist. What's been put inside people is going to react in the near future when this thing begins, when this when what is going to happen will happen. Okay, so it is now clear from this and other signs and connections, which include the weekend signs, that the alien deception and the role of 5G with the mark are tied together. It seems that the implication is that 5G will induce demonic possession. The 5G Super Bowl and the fallen dancers in the weekend's performance is exactly 181 weeks before July 27th, 2024, the date that it is predicted that the alien deception will begin. And 181 is the equivalent of Barack Obama, the name in Hebrew gematria. God uses this number in his signs for this purpose. And this date, July 27th, 2024, is 5G alien deception, beginning of zombie pandemic, Prince of the Power of the Air day. This is the big day that God is pointing to regarding all of this. From the 5G Super Bowl, which is Super Bowl 55, which was also 66. Well, okay, so again, NFL equals 66. This was 66 days. This is just written horribly here. So the 5G Super Bowl, Super Bowl 55, was 66 days before Chicago player number 5 ruined his perfect game in the 9th inning by hitting Cleveland batter player number 5. The pitcher 55 hit the batter number 55 in the foot. And these two cities are connected by the I-90, by the way. It ruined the perfect game in the 9th inning. On the 9+9+9th out, I believe it was the last out of the game. It is exactly 37 months. The Super Bowl 5, this 5G Super Bowl, is exactly 37 months to the Japan-bound Boeing 777 on the date 37, and that dropped its wheel into the hertz, which into the 5G frequencies. So we've come full circle here, because I began talking about how the Boeing 777 on the date 37 that dropped its wheel on hertz connects to the 5G Super Bowl, right? But the wheel that dropped onto hertz hints at 5Gs and 5G frequencies. And these two events connect with exactly 37 months. This is just astounding confirmation for what I'm saying. That 5G, not only is this about 5G and the mark, but it is also pointing to demonic possession. 5G, in reaction to what's inside the thing that's been put into people, will induce demonic possession. This is what I am saying. This is what the signs are saying. And again, the Hertz parking lot that had a wheel dropped onto it was exactly 5 weeks before the death of OJ Simpson, who had a car chase up the I-5, right? And he spent 9 years in jail and was released on the day of the deadliest mass shooting. And he promoted Hertz, and the car chase was 45 minutes, which is the 9th triangular number. And it was on the day of the Japanese interpreter being charged in Los Angeles, and the plane was on its way to Japan. Okay, and that day was 9 days before the Japanese helicopters, which hints at the X of the helicopter blades, which is 29 days before Harris is predicted to crash at the X, and that hints at 9/11, as I explained. Harris's crash at the X will be 69 days, which is 1,656 hours, which is the amount of days or years between Adam and Noah and the flood came because of the corruption of chromosomes, which is what the thing has done. It has corrupted people's chromosomes. And so it is 1,656 hours before the alien deception, 5G, Prince of the Power of the Air, demonic possession, zombie day, July 27th, 2024. Okay, now as I wrote here, is there a Japanese anime film that hints at demonic possession, or perhaps frequencies affecting people? And as it turns out, that was a really silly question. All right, that turned out to be a silly question. Japanese anime is obsessed with demonic possession. The Japanese anime film Akira, quote, has been cited as a masterpiece and is widely regarded by audiences and critics as one of the greatest films ever made, especially in the field of animation and in the action and science fiction genres. It is regarded as a landmark in Japanese animation and the most influential and iconic anime film ever made, unquote, according to Wikipedia. So we have this movie that symbolizes Japanese animation. This movie, Akira, which cost $5.7 million to make. The 7th letter of the alphabet is G. 5.7 hints at 5G. It cost 700,000 Japanese yen, and it made 7 times $7 million, which is a 3 sets of 7. The film was released on July 16th, 1988, exactly 1,880 weeks before 5G alien deception, Prince of the Power of the Air, demonic possession, zombie day, July 27th, 2024. As you can see, the progress of the discovery here. This date was known before this whole email thread was even written. This date was known, I think. And anyway, you can see the progress here because I asked the question, is there a film that symbolizes Japanese animation? And it had already been confirmed that this is 5G Demon Possession Day. Okay, so I asked the question because the plane was on its way to Japan. And 5 weeks later, we had the Japan baseball player sign. And then 9 days after that, we had the Japan helicopters, which was mark of the Antichrist sign. And so I thought about it, and I was wondering, well, wait a second. I'm not an expert in Japanese animation, but come to think of it, the people that are doing cosplay, because I had this thought before, the people that do Japanese cosplay, I had always thought that hinted at demonic possession. I always believed that it was demonic. There was something about it that's demonic. These people that dress up as these characters, right, from Japanese animation. That was Holy Spirit informed me that that's definitely demonic. There's something about the attraction that these people have. But now it's all clear. They're attracted to demons, and Japanese animation is obsessed with demonic possession. It's obsessed with it. It's literally demonic possession, but all kinds of possession, spirits possessing people. That's what it's all about. It comes actually, it's rooted, it could be said that it is rooted in ancient Japanese culture, in animism and pagan religion. So, but regardless, Japanese anime symbolizes demonic possession. And we have this most symbolic Japanese animation film that connects with the equivalent number of days that hints at, whoa. I mean, this is arguably the number, 188 in God's signs, that gets attention. It is the number that hints at the 188th word in the Bible, like I explained, which means woe exclamation mark, used in the Bible in the context of extreme judgment from God. There are all kinds of extremely profound connections involving the number 188 in God's true big picture of signs, which is only being explained on this channel. And this is one of them. There's no words to describe how amazing this connection is what I'm saying. It is total confirmation of everything that I have been saying here. It can't be a coincidence. This date was already known before I even investigated the connection between Japanese animation. And that's why the plane that dropped the tire on the Hertz 5 weeks before the guy that promoted Hertz died hints at 5G, and the plane was on its way to Japan. And it occurred on the date 37, and the plane was a 777, and it was 37 months, which hints at 37s, after the 5G Super Bowl 55, in which the GOAT promoted in a commercial 5G. July 27th, 2024 will be a Saturday, the beginning of the weekend. That would be why this performer's name, which is total demonic possession symbolism, this performer, is named The Weekend. This will be the weekend. It's just amazing. It's just amazing. It will be the weekend in which all of this begins. Japanese anime symbolizes demonic possession, which is something that I have personally, intuitively known for a long time. For example, I have believed that the cosplay of people obsessed with Japanese anime is spiritually demonic. The entire genre of Japanese anime is symbolic of demonic possession. This is why God has used the most iconic Japanese anime movie and connected it with woe exclamation mark to the date of the beginning of the mass demonic possession. The exact 5 weeks connection between the plane that was bound for Japan, which hints at anime demonic possession, that dropped its tire onto Hertz, which hints at 5G, and the news of the death of Simpson, who promoted Hertz, and led a car chase up the I-5, is also exactly 5 times 7 days. Okay, so it's 5 weeks, right? Between the plane that was bound for Japan, that dropped its tire onto Hertz, and the news of the death of Simpson, who promoted Hertz. It's 5 weeks, right? And who led the chase up the I-5. It's 5 weeks connecting those dates. But 5 weeks is also 5 times 7. And G is the 7th letter. And so this 5 weeks, in fact, hints at 5G. That is amazing beyond words. I should have thought of this earlier in the email thread. In other words, days before this, because this email thread's been going on for many days now. Over half a month, actually. And anyway, the 5 weeks hints at 5G. It's just amazing. Believe me, I know far better than you how the prediction made in this video was derived. And more importantly, I know far better than you why the righteous Christian God of the Bible has given me a voice through this prediction. If you are a quote-unquote Christian or Muslim, this prediction was not learned through a demon. Be warned that blaspheming the Holy Spirit is the unforgivable sin. If you are a New Ager or New Spirituality person, this prediction was not learned through somehow tapping into the supposed universal collective consciousness. If you are a conspiracy theorist, this prediction was not learned through figuring out a supposed code that the Illuminati and Satanists are using. This prediction was learned through the Bible and through watching carefully the Lord's prophetic signs, which Jesus commanded all Christians to do. Besides proving that Jesus Christ is the Lord, the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction is to prove that the controversial things that I am saying in the videos on this channel are the truth. Therefore, a wise person will want to watch all of the videos on this channel. Aliens and UFOs are demons masquerading as aliens and UFOs. Most people's spiritual experiences are demonic deception, especially if they are not a true follower of Christ. God became a man and died a horrible death at the hand of the ruler of this world, Satan, and then defeated death for you, so that you too can overcome death, which is the price that must be paid for sin. It is time to repent, which means to change one's ways and turn to God and become a disciple of Jesus. Please leave a like and upvote the video. And once this prediction has come to pass, share this video with everyone you know, and more. Don't stop sharing it everywhere in social media. It is essential that everyone immediately read the homepage of my website, TrumpPrediction.com. If you are watching this on the YouTube platform, please note that not all of the videos are on YouTube. You need to switch to the BitChute.com or the Odyssey.com channel. And do it now in case you aren't able to later.